Good morning. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I will read the following statement. Chairwoman Vargas has been diagnosed with a medical condition and has been advised by her medical professionals to continue to rest her voice. Please be advised that today's meeting will, as always, be conducted in accordance with board policies and the published agenda. As such, Chairwoman Vargas will, consistent with her authorities, duties, and responsibilities, chair and preside over today's meeting. So while Chairwoman Vargas is unable to speak aloud, she still has and will use her voice by communicating in alternative ways. To do so, the Chairwoman has worked with county staff to facilitate today's meeting, including public comment, staff presentations, and board discussion. If and when the Chairwoman makes comments on items, her comments will be projected onto screens for all to read, and the clerk of the board will read the comments aloud. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we will now call the June 4th, 2024 San Diego County Board of Supervisors, Flood Control District, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority, Sanitation District, San Diego County Fire Protection District, and County Successor Agency special meeting to order. We'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from 4 cultural groups: the Kumeyaay, Diegueño, the Luiseño, the Copeño, and the Cahuilla. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson. Here. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Here. Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. And Chairwoman Vargas. The only item before the board this morning is discussion item 1, a notice public hearing, which are the budget hearings for the Chief Administrative Officer recommended operational plan for fiscal years 24 through 25 and 25 through 26. Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, on May 2nd, 2024, the Chief Administrative Officer's recommended operational plan for the fiscal years 24 through 26 was released, and today marks the beginning of the budget hearings for the board to receive oral public testimony on all areas of the budget. I will note that we have 16 requests to speak, 10 in person, and 6 requesting to speak by phone. We'll begin with the Chairwoman's remarks on the budget, and I'll pull them up on the screen. Today's hearing is another opportunity for members of the public to learn about the county's recommended operational plan for the upcoming fiscal year 24 through 25, and we want to hear your feedback. As currently proposed, this $8.5 billion budget is the largest in our county's history. I want to thank all county staff for your hard work on this budget. This budget makes significant investments in community infrastructure, health and education, economic prosperity, and climate and environmental justice. It represents our values of what makes our county thrive and helping us continue to build stronger and healthier communities for all. While this proposed budget represents a significant $318 million increase from last fiscal year, I do want to take a moment to acknowledge that this is a period of economic uncertainty and volatility. The truth is that there may be difficult years ahead of us, especially as we face possible cuts in funding from the state of California and federal budgets. Because of this, it is critical for this board to anticipate this uncertainty in the year ahead and focus on the long-term sustainability of the programs we have invested in. The proposed budget focuses on ensuring that the core critical services are provided to the region and that programs are aligned with our board's priorities on elevating the needs of underinvested communities as well as adequately compensating our workforce. As we balance these important priorities, I want to emphasize that we view this budget through the lens of equity. County departments have used the budget equity assessment tool in developing this budget, and you have my full support and commitment to continue using this tool and improve it with community input. It is crucial that every voice is heard to adopt a budget that truly reflects our communities' values and addresses our region's most pressing issues. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts about this proposed budget today and on Thursday evening. You will now hear a brief presentation from our Chief Financial Officer, Ebony Shelton, on the CIO's recommended operational plan. After the presentation, my colleagues may ask any questions. We will then go ahead and invite the public to provide their comments. We'll turn it over to Ebony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board, and welcome to everyone who joined us this morning to be a part of the county's budget process. After kicking off the budget season last month with the release of the recommended budget and presentations from county departments, the county team has continued to engage the public and receive feedback through 2 community budget meetings and pop-up events in each supervisorial district. Today's official commencement of the board's public hearings provides continued opportunity for the public to weigh in. We're bringing forward an $8.5 billion budget for fiscal year 24-25. This represents a 4% or about a $318 million increase and adds 72 positions, bringing the county total staff to almost 20,500. All that we do in our county is tied to our overreaching strategic goals, and one overarching theme that stands out from this budget is simply building stronger and healthier communities. We see this theme delivered in our budget in 4 primary ways: through an equity lens. We're in community infrastructure, we're investing in the community through an equity lens. Health and education, we're prioritizing health equity. Economic prosperity, we're empowering innovation for future growth and opportunity. Climate and environmental justice, we're focusing on climate sustainability and resiliency. And we take pride in the budget reflecting these highest priorities of the board and what community voices have told us matter the most. In the next few slides, I'd like to briefly summarize and highlight some of the programs and efforts that are included in the recommended budget. The recommended budget reflects an increase across all business groups and decreases in one-time costs in the capital program and finance other, which account for certain countywide costs. A significant portion of the budgetary increase, about a third, is tied to salary and benefit increases from negotiated labor agreements and the slight increase in staffing, which I'll highlight in the next slide. The remaining increase includes investments in the following key areas: more than $100 million for mental health and substance use treatment programs, including supporting the behavioral health workforce, implementing involuntary behavioral health treatment, and for prevention activities targeting youth suicide. Close to $55 million for public safety, including support of new ambulance transport services in the unincorporated communities, support for youth in custody, for the Immigrant Rights Legal Defense Program, and funding for toxicology and pathology in the medical examiner's office. About $40 million for road safety improvements and ongoing road maintenance and resurfacing projects. And to address the complex issue of homelessness and housing, this budget includes an additional $18 million to increase regional inventory of affordable housing and to address the immediate needs of those experiencing homelessness within the San Diego Riverbed and Plaza Bonita areas. The majority of funding to support this budget growth comes from state and federal funding, as well as increased revenue from property tax sources. Next, I'll highlight recommended staffing changes in the budget. The recommended budget includes nearly 20,500 staff, which is an increase of 72, or less than 0.5% from the current year. And while the pace of workforce growth has slowed from the prior year, overall staffing has increased by about 2,500 staff, or roughly 500 per year, over the past 4 fiscal years. Highlights of the recommended staffing changes include 44 staff in the Land Use and Environment Group, mostly in public works, including roads, stormwater, waste planning, and recycling, and airports. Other increases support the Multiple Species Conservation Plan, new and expanded park facilities, building services, land development permitting, the Socially Equitable Cannabis Program, the Food, Housing, and Water Program, to meet new state standards for wells, and at the Julian Branch Library. 12 staff in public safety are mainly to support the Youth Development Program, which is offset by a permanent reduction in vacant positions with no impact to service delivery. Other increases support the Ambulance Services Program, the new mobile veterinary unit, consumer fraud protection, reducing gun violence, toxicology testing for suspected drug deaths, and law enforcement services for the Pala Band of Mission Indians, among other key public safety needs. 10 staff in the Health and Human Services support the Live Well on Wheels mobile clinic, housing choice voucher programs, San Diego Veteran Services at Any Age program, and to modernize services for older adults. And 6 staff in the Finance and General Government group will support the county's workforce, the new Chief Binational Affairs Officer, and the board's intern program. As we move on in the presentation, I want to walk us through a sensitivity analysis, which I shared last month. I'll start by defining what's on this chart from top to bottom. The solid black line represents expenditures. The green shaded area represents unassigned fund balance. The blue shaded area represents one-time health realignment. And the orange line represents ongoing general purpose revenue and sales tax revenue. We're showing this chart to provide the board and the public and the community with an analysis of the projected gap and mitigation strategies going forward. Ideally, the orange revenue line and the black expenditure line would be aligned or equal. And as you can see, of course, they're not. The blue area, the use of one-time health realignment, has been an ongoing past practice of the county. It's always been a known risk that the county has monitored, and health realignment is funded by sales tax revenue, and we are in an economic environment where this risk may necessitate bridge funding or the use of unassigned fund balances. The green shaded area represents the unassigned fund balances needed to bridge the gap until those sales tax revenues can fully recover. Even with the unassigned fund balances, though, we are left with a $63 million gap in fiscal year 25-26. One thing this chart does not show is what could happen if the economy performs better or worse than expected. If sales and property tax revenue come in, for example, 1% higher or lower, this could yield an additional $25 million in revenue to help mitigate the gap in future years, or conversely, revenues could be lower. Now I want to transition to something that's not reflected in this budget. In this slide, we're providing a brief snapshot of the governor's revised state budget proposal. We presented this slide last month and are showing it again to emphasize that the recommended budget does not include impacts from the state budget. The county staff are continuing to review and monitor the state budget and report to your board where revisions may be needed. Adjustments to funding levels and services are serious risks to our county, as much of our county's revenue is supported from the state. In closing, here are key dates for the current budget cycle. There will be an evening public hearing this Thursday, June 6th, for anyone who prefers to attend after business hours. And I'll note that the revisions to the CAO's recommended budget, also referred to as the CAO's change letter, will be released the evening of Thursday, June 13th. And on Tuesday, June 25th, the board will meet to deliberate and consider the adoption of the budget for the new fiscal year, which begins on July 1st. Subject to your questions, this concludes my presentation, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, do any of her colleagues have any comments? We'll now go ahead and call the public speakers forward. Any individuals that requested to speak by phone on the operational plan or the budget, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Wendy Pavlovich, Stephanie Gioa Beckman, Maureen Glazer, and Bill Lee. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. And I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Mark, the entire operational plan is basically based on UN Agenda 21 goals. And you can see that in our master plan that all of our land use documents have to align with. I disagree with so much about what this government is doing, and it's being done regionally as well as nationally. Involuntary mental health, for people who are on the street. Now, of course, there were already laws that if somebody was completely out of their mind and might just walk into a car, they could be put in a mental ward to help them. That's obvious that they need that. What they're doing now is nothing close to that. Being able to do LPS conservatorships on people because they're homeless, claiming that they're making themselves not safe just because they're homeless when the government causes homelessness through not stopping inflation, by not stopping inflation caused by the Federal Reserve. And most of the problems that this board addresses cannot be solved at all, period, without stopping the Federal Reserve from causing inflation. And no one ever addresses that, which is really negligent. I've seen indoctrination of our children educationally to global governance that regularly gets distributed here and there, and it's buried way down that, like, there'll be 31 things that you guys are funding, and one of them will be indoctrinating kids with global governance, advertising, etc., or pamphlets, books, whatever. You're openly promoting UN goals. I suggest everyone see Rosa Corey Part 1 on YouTube. Corey is K-O-I-R-E, and the real title is longer. It says Behind the Green Mask or something like that, but Rosa Corey Part 1 will bring it up. There's 2 and 3 also. Sanitation Department, it's a corporation. They have shareholders. Why the hell should we have that?
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Wendy Pavlovich. I'm a general pediatrician representing the local chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics as part of a coalition of providers advocating to protect children's behavioral health funding. We pediatricians are very concerned about the current behavioral health system and how it is not meeting the needs of our youth and children, and I'm here to share with you what that looks like in our day-to-day practice. We're seeing increasing mental health-related concerns at a younger age. Over the last decade, the number of visits in our pediatric general clinics for behavioral health needs has doubled, and that was before the pandemic. My colleagues spend as much as half of their workday addressing anxiety, behavioral health, eating disorders, and suicidality, and we're seeing children affected at a younger age. I spent over an hour with a 10-year-old with suicidal ideations last month. This is happening from clinics like Scripps to my federally qualified health center. We are struggling to connect children after screening to timely, consistent, affordable, accessible care. If a service provider is identified, wait times can range from weeks to even 6 months or longer and disappear with staffing changes. We're having trouble with mild to moderate treatment. I care for a 13-year-old with an eating disorder on Medi-Cal. She did not meet inpatient treatment, and we could not find outpatient services for her. So what do? We do our best. We learn how to prescribe psychiatric bridging medications. We see them as often as we can. We work after hours trying to find alternative supports. So this is unsustainable and not the appropriate care for our youth. So we're asking you to continue to support and protect children's behavioral health funding. Children have unique needs. Adult well-being is forged in child health and wellness. So please continue looking at equity of investment in mental health services across the lifespan, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Maureen Glazer, Director of Operations for On The Go, which operates the county's no-cost senior transportation program. Today, I urge you to allocate $250,000 in the new budget to sustain this critical program. For over 18 months, this program has been a lifeline to more than 400 low-income seniors in underserved urban and rural communities. We've provided safe, reliable transportation, enhancing their lives by granting access to essential resources and combating social isolation 7 days a week. Our impact has been profound. We've exceeded expectations, delivering over 24,000 rides to seniors across 39 health equity zip codes. Originally funded as a pilot with ARPA dollars, program success is evident. This May alone, we facilitated over 2,100 rides for over 400 participants, averaging 75 rides daily, even on the weekends. Beyond numbers, our services have empowered seniors, with 95% reporting increased independence in daily or social activities and a satisfaction rate of 9.5 out of 10. However, the future of this essential program is uncertain. Currently, no funding has been identified to sustain this program after March of 2025. Without an allocation for this program in the next budget, over 400 older adults risk losing access to vital services, including medical appointments, social support, and basic necessities. In recognition of the indispensable role of the no-cost senior transportation program, I implore you to include $250,000 in the upcoming budget to maintain current service levels through June of 2025. Additionally, I urge consideration for multi-year funding to ensure.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 5 additional speakers: Lucia Garay, Angel Ibarra, Michael Angelo Camujo, and Joanne Franciscus. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, my turn. Good morning, Chair Vargas and Board of Supervisors. My name is Stephanie Joya Beckman. I'm the Director of Community Impact and Advocacy at Rady Children's Hospital. Currently, I serve as the co-chair of the Early Childhood Mental Health Committee, which is part of the county's Behavioral Health System of Care Council, and co-chair of the Children and Family Wellbeing Subcommittee, which is part of the Children and Family Strengthening Advisory Board. I'm here today with a coalition of children's mental health advocates to ask you to prioritize and protect children and youth behavioral health services. According to the California Department of Healthcare Access and Information, mental health issues are the #1 reason kids are hospitalized. At Rady Children's, we regularly see young children present in the emergency room in mental health crisis. Parents come out of desperation because they don't know where to go to get immediate help, or they can't get connected to services in a timely manner. Most kids aren't appropriate for hospitalization, or their situation doesn't rise to need hospitalization. And our role as a hospital emergency room is to stabilize and refer them. Our staff is challenged daily with finding low-level services that are available in a timely manner to meet youth needs. In addition to providing psychiatric emergency care, Rady Children's provides outpatient behavioral health services in schools, in the community. We do evaluations for 0 to 5, and all of these programs have 6 to 12-month waiting lists. This is stressful for families and youth. This can disrupt their development, education, cause stress in the family, and can even cause self-medication. We ask that you continue to support the children's mental health system, and if there are any additional discretionary funds, we would request that you put a portion towards children's behavioral health system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
I hope you can lift the table when I'm here. My name is Bill. I'm here to oppose the Vista Detention Facility modernization project that is listed in the capital improvements section. You estimate that it will cost $314,500,000 in total, but what will actually happen is in 50 years, you will need to modernize it again, and you will need to ask for even more money by then. I'm especially disappointed at, well, she's not here, and I would like to single out Tara's inability to reflect on her own quote-unquote achievements. Did you not go to Coronado Dem Club to brag about going to DC to get $300 million for the wastewater plant? The whole reason for that is because we do not have enough revenue to deal with our own mess. And don't blame TJ for it. You are no longer in Coronado, and here it is considered racist to blame Mexico for our problems. How dare you blame TJ when we dump our poor workers in industry that are causing their crisis? Every one of the board members, I hope you understand that we will be equally unprepared for the new wastewater facility when it needs maintenance, inevitably. Are we planning for that scenario? Did we even study what's creating unnecessary sewage? And hint, at the beginning, I heard that you mentioned the indigenous people. Do you think that when they settled here thousands of years ago, they cleared out 150 acres of fairway green that are invasive species so white businessmen can convert it to the San Diego Country Club? club, and that it was indigenous people that decided that the country club should be taxed at only 3% of the average property tax per acre in Chula Vista. And now we have this new $300 million burden. Do you think you can generate enough revenue for when that detention center inevitably needs maintenance? I do not believe so. I do not see such explanations, and I'm very disappointed that you seem to have a much higher standard towards hospital bed factories in Tijuana than the sheriffs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair Vargas, Supervisors. My name is Lucia Garay. I'm the retired Executive Director of Early Education at the San Diego County Office of Education and an active member of the Children's First Collective San Diego. At this time, I would like to advocate for the needs of the youngest children in our county and their families. In my review of the 24-26 budget report, it identified the San Diego First 5 funded services within the Office in Child and Family Strengthening. In this report section, the proposed objectives under equity and community specifically list continuation of developmental screening and parent education at the same level as it has been provided in past years, funded by First 5, which receives its funds from tobacco taxes and not from HHSA coffers. Due to successful smoking cessation programs, the First 5 San Diego funding shortfall is estimated to be $13 million. The budget report does not acknowledge how it will address the shortfall this funding loss represents, nor the risk of losing access to healthy developmental services for thousands of children. Specific to early childhood mental health alone within the healthy developmental services, in 2022-23, over 11,000 children were screened for behavioral delays, and 1,400 received treatment. Additionally, almost 14,000 children received developmental screenings, and over 5,000 received developmental treatment. How will this funding gap be bridged, since the Behavioral Health Services Budget Report objectives on sustainability also fail to address the issue, and its budget line items lack specificity on allocations for children birth to 5? In August, this Board of Supervisors adopted the San Diego Child Care Blueprint, which under Goal 3 specifically addresses the mental health needs of our young children. I highly urge this board to allocate a line item for a plan to address this.
Thank you. Thank you. Time is up. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Angel Ibarra, and I am the Associate Director of Strategic Partnerships and Government Affairs at Episcopal Community Services, or ECS, and a partner with Children First Collective. As a Head Start provider in South Bay, we see the unique needs of children and their families, especially as it comes to early mental health support. It is for this reason that wraparound support to families and children is a requirement of the Head Start program. ECS goes a step further in offering community-responsive behavioral consultation and other mental health support to meet the community needs through our Para las Familias program, a fully bilingual and bicultural mental health clinic in San Ysidro. We know that this work is shared by many other incredible agencies, including First 5 San Diego. Together, we are doing so much, but more is needed. The positive impact to families, including stress reduction and economic stability, are considerable. The positive impact to kids is priceless in setting them up for success in school and life. In San Diego, we choose care. We have the opportunity to meet these needs by bringing the San Diego Child Care Blueprint to life. Quality child care should include access to mental and behavioral health services for children and youth. We must know the projected need, gaps in service, and how the support will be offered past the First 5 funding cliff. I am in support of the county including an expense item to create a plan for child and youth mental and behavioral health so that all children have access to timely and meaningful care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Michelangelo Camacho. I am with San Diego Art Matters. I believe I've met most of the supervisors, but I will reintroduce myself and my organization at another time. Instead, I'd like to introduce an advocacy campaign that has been in response to the recommended operational plan. One of the things missing in the recommended operational plan is a budget allocation and dedicated staff for the arts and cultures. So what I will be doing is approaching all of your offices to see if I can get a change letter in place that I hope all of you vote yes to when it comes time to do so. But to give you an idea of how many people feel this is important, I will say that dozens of nonprofits from across the county have already signed on to this letter, including Poway on Stage, and Sunita's Friends for the Arts, Imperial Beach Arts Bureau, Black Art Collective, and the Oceanside Cultural District. Please have your staff meet with me so I can discuss the details, and I am hopeful that you all say yes. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and Supervisors. My name is Joanne Franciscus, and I'm the CEO of the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. We run the Tenant Legal Services program that this budget proposes to cut by more than half. The TLS provides a one-stop shop of free legal services to low-income tenants throughout the county, including education, outreach, legal representation, case management, emergency financial assistance, all designed to prevent evictions and homelessness. Between January of 2023 and April of 2024, we provided one-on-one services to more than 5,000 individuals, conducted 63 education events, and more than 10,000 individuals have benefited from the program. The TLS program is effective and efficient in preventing homelessness. In the last year, TLS services helped prevent homelessness in at least 84% of our cases. The cost of the TLS services averages out to about $385 per individual helped. By comparison, for each tenant that becomes homeless, it could cost the government upwards of $50,000 per year. But the TLS does more than make fiscal sense. It furthers equity. 70% of our clients are women, 38% of our clients are Hispanic, and 19% are African American. 63% earn less than 30% of the AMI. The TLS ensures that poor and underserved people have access to justice. I know that you all have very, very tough jobs to do, but when it comes to the TLS, every dollar is money well spent because this program works. We ask that you fully refund the program for the next fiscal year. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hey, it's Consuelo. Oh my God. I just wanted to address the brother who mentioned how this board, you know, they mentioned the indigenous people every meeting. I don't know if you listen to every meeting, but in case you do, what are you? So anyway, sorry, I'm in my car and I'm hearing an echo, but what I wanted to say is they have absolutely no respect for the indigenous people or anybody else. And as far as all this increase the budget for the budget, it's a shame that the DA was in fact cut. It's like, wow. The other night, well, over our home, and it's kind of like, you know, San Diego, get used to that because they did a big cut to our DA. Hey! And it's just unfortunate that, you know, more of our county is not paying attention. So everybody there, I encourage you to keep coming and seeing what, in fact, these people are doing with our hard-earned tax dollars. They're reckless, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting, and it's sad. So, yeah, I don't know how much time I have left. I have a lot more to say, but I'll be in there. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Paul. On page 180, the DA's budget, you propose proposed to decrease the staffing for criminal prosecutions by 12 staff years, or 1.7%, and then the actual budget for these prosecutions by 31 million. A huge 15.6% decrease. You get what you pay for. With all the illegals and the rapes and whatnot, expect a significant increase in crime. And your policies encourage crime with putting people in poverty and involuntary mental whatever. I also see you're cutting the budget for sheriff's management services by 31%. If this has anything to do with cutting people who could help to reduce the number of jail deaths and mishaps, shame on you. And you still do not have a general fund reserve, which would be better than hiding reserve money in the individual departments or spending items, or it might be harder to get at or pry loose. And also, I'm wondering why you called the public speakers first before they listen to all the presentations.
Because that's government.
Yeah, that's government. Thanks.
Crafty government.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Leonardo Feliciano, a resident of San Diego. I was subscribed to the produce prescription program, Más Fresco Plus. I would like to talk about the importance of continuing funding in this year's budget for programs like this, which unfortunately will be ending at the end of 2024. Produce prescription programs like Más Fresco Plus help San Diego County's most vulnerable residents and families access fresh fruits and vegetables while also supporting local farmers and other small businesses. San Diego County families are having a hard time putting food on the table, made worse by the recent floods and soaring inflation. Nearly 1 in 4 San Diegans, including nearly 1 in 3 children, don't have enough to eat. Produce prescription programs like Más Fresco Plus help residents experience food insecurity with healthy food on the table. Más Fresco Plus is so successful because it reaches people where they are. The program delivers local produce to participants' homes, addressing the barrier of transportation that too many residents face. And that's my case, in which, I'm working all day and sometimes I cannot go and get produce for myself. And this program has made a huge impact because now I'm eating healthier, and it gave me the opportunity to start eating fresh vegetables and fruits in my diet. And especially with obesity in our country and our city, this program makes eating healthier easier. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, good morning. My name is Serena Pelka, policy advocate with Climate Action Campaign. We're calling in today to express our support for the funding allocated to climate action planning and implementation that creates positive ripple effects through communities with outcomes like clean air, healthy buildings, improved access to transit and green spaces, and so much more. The county is well into the process of developing an updated climate action plan with important emissions reduction goals that will improve quality of life for people across the region, and particularly in the unincorporated county when implemented. So in order for those goals and associated benefits to be achieved, funding for implementation must continue to be prioritized. Funding is also required to ensure that communities of concern who have been forced to bear the burdens of pollution and disinvestment are at the center of climate action planning and decision making. We support the board and thank you for continuing to include environmental justice and climate action in the budget to ensure the county is on track to reduce carbon emissions and improve the quality of life for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good
morning, everyone. My name is Chadi Francisco. I'm a San Diego County resident of District 4 and a part of the Community Impact Team representing the American Heart Association of San Diego. I'm calling to highlight the need for investment in nutrition security measures like produce prescription. Unfortunately, during the community survey process, food and nutrition security was omitted from priority ranking lists, and it seems to be an oversight. Today, nutrition insecurity in San Diego County remains more prevalent than it was pre-pandemic, with nearly 1 in 4 residents unable to access or afford the food they need to lead a healthy life. Produce prescription programs are critical to improving health equity, bolstering our economy. And with food prices out of reach for many, local families are struggling to purchase healthy food. This is no time to shy away from supporting healthy food access in our community. We encourage the county to commit more funding to produce prescription programs like Mas Fresco Plus, which is a person-centered program that helps the most under-resourced and vulnerable residents access fresh fruit and vegetables, while also supporting local farmers and other small businesses. Without continued investment, the program will cease to exist beyond December 2024. Mas Fresco Plus has been successfully improving nutrition security, keeping diet-related chronic diseases in check, and promoting local economic growth across the county with ARPA funding, but needs additional funding to continue to serve the community. Thank you for your consideration. Have a great day.
Thank you. Now I'll hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a parent, a planning group attendee, and a community volunteer in youth programs, especially mentoring programs. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your priorities around mental health responses, which is a personal and volunteer interest of mine. I want to address the challenges our young people who are constantly confronted by marijuana businesses' predatory and persuasive advertising firepower. Here are some quotes from newsletters that the big marijuana sends out to local and statewide marijuana businesses about how these businesses could best reach our young people, especially the warnings to utilize, and I quote, Instagram and TikTok because they are the undisputed marketing channels, those aged 5 to 35 reaching 60% and 70% of the market. As a recent marijuana industry newsletter said, and I quote again, although social media isn't the only option for marijuana marketing, but it's by far one of the most effective, end quote. Another industry newsletter says, and I quote, TikTok is a fantastic way for cannabis companies to connect with their young audience, end quote. We know that the county's marijuana storefronts are very active on these teens' communication tools. MedPage today on an online media quoted from a national longitudinal study, social media greatly increases young people's susceptibility to addictive behaviors like smoking and vaping of tobacco or marijuana, end quote. I think it's important to recognize that there are unknown number of deliveries zooming around the back county. Therefore, it is not wise to add to the 5 marijuana businesses already.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes oral public testimony in the budget today. The board will reconvene on Thursday, June 6th at 5:30 p.m. to receive additional oral public testimony on the budget. Individuals may still provide written testimony on the budget. And to comment online, please visit the county's website at www.sandiegocounty.gov/budget. Testimony must be in writing and be received no later than the close of the budget hearings, which is Thursday, June 13th, 2024 at 5 p.m. All materials received will be distributed to the board, the chief administrative officer, the Office of Financial Planning, and placed in the public record. Change letters from board members and the chief administrative officer are also due to the clerk of the board by the close of the budget hearings on Thursday, June 13th, 2024 at 5 p.m. Law precludes my office from accepting change letters after that deadline. All change letters received will be distributed to the board, the chief administrative officer, and the Office of Financial Planning shortly after that 5 p.m. deadline. Budget deliberations and adoption are scheduled for Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. This meeting is adjourned until Thursday, June 6th at 5:30 p.m. for the continuation of the budget hearing. The board will take a brief recess before reconvening for the regular meeting at 10 a.m. this morning. Thank you. behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we will now call the June 4th, 2024 San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting, Fire Protection District meeting, and In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting to order. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Here. Supervisor Desmond. Here. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. And Chairwoman Vargas is here. We will have Pastor Marcela Salgado Solorio present the invocation, and Mother Kathleen Harmon will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Good morning, buenos dias, Chairwoman Vargas, supervisors, and citizens. Thank you for inviting me to be here on behalf of University Christian Church in Hillcrest. Please join me in a moment of reflection and grounding. Loving Creator, great Spirit, source of energy, who is known by 1,000 names, we give you thanks for being with us, around us, and within us. Guide the work of those assembled here today. Grant them wisdom, courage, and a moral imagination that creates a capacity for civility and grace to disagree without disrespect as they work vigorously for the well-being of our county. We acknowledge our human tendencies toward fear, hatred, blame, and division. Help us to challenge those who incite fear and hatred. Transform us into people who are informed, respectful, and known for our principles and ideals. Grant our community leaders an unwavering commitment to care for the weak and vulnerable, those who are sick, hungry, or unhoused, to advocate for the poor and the powerless, those who are imprisoned, neglected, or forgotten. We pray for our leaders and citizens, widen each of our hearts to care for all victims of racism and discrimination, to welcome immigrants, to stand up against war, to speak for the voiceless, to ensure the safety and well-being of our LGBTQIA siblings, and to declare the dignity and inherent worth of all people. Grant all of us the moral stamina of spirit and integrity of purpose to prevail over cynicism and selfishness, so that with courage and compassion we can affirm and uphold the common good and love our neighbors as we love ourselves. Creator God of compassion, love, gentleness, and justice, make us instruments of your peace, sowing seeds of merciful love and of fierce hope, reminding us how we can change this world, not by wielding power, wealth, or vanity, but by doing justice, standing up to oppression, and most of all, by loving. Amen.
She read it. Shall we stand? We're all standing. Repeat with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. To this, I can't hear you. One nation and God, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with our proclamations and awards. Chairwoman Vargas will be presenting the first proclamation honoring Jennifer Eckstein, the San Diego County Teacher of the Year. Accepting the proclamation will be Jennifer Eckstein. And I'll read Chairwoman Vargas's comments that are on the screen. Today I stand before you with immense pride and joy as we come together to celebrate and honor Jennifer Eckstein, one of the 5 named San Diego County Teachers of the Year of 2024 through 25. Jennifer Eckstein is a biology and environmental science teacher at Bonita Vista High School, Go Barons, where she passionately teaches and encourages her students, leading students on a climate change walkout, building innovative, inclusive gardens, and presenting projects at the STEM fairs. In addition to encouraging students in the classroom, Mrs. Eckstein also founded the school's Culture and Climate Committee in 2017, where she meets with students, parents, and faculty to discuss equity issues, racism, and bigotry. Not only is Mrs. Eckstein an advocate for students in school, but she also volunteers with students on Saturdays to participate in events hosted by local environmental nonprofits, engaging students in their community. It takes a village to educate our children, and our teachers are at the very heart of that village. In San Diego County, we're fortunate to have an incredible community of educators such as Mrs. Eckstein, who tirelessly devote themselves to the betterment of our children's lives. These teachers are the heart and soul of our educational system, and they play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our county, state, and our nation. Let us remember that education is the foundation upon which the future of our county is built. It is the investment that pays dividends for generations to come. Our teachers are the architects of that future, and today we salute their unwavering commitment, passion, and dedication to our students and our community. Now, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Vargas and colleagues on this 4th day of June 2024 that they commend Jennifer Eckstein for her outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day to be Jennifer Eckstein Day throughout San Diego County. Now I'd like to invite Mrs. Eckstein to say a few words.
So I just want to say I don't envy your job. I absolutely love teaching, and I'm going to go back to teaching right after this with all the things that I heard today. So every child deserves a champion and an adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connections and insists that they become the best they can possibly be. By Rita Pearson. Thank you to the board, and especially to the Supervisor Nora Vargas. I want to express my profound gratitude for this honor. This honor not only recognizes me, but the incredible and special community, faculty, staff, and students with whom I've had the privilege to work for over 25 years at Bonita Vista High School. As educators, we wield the profound power to shape not only the minds, but also their hearts. And within our classrooms lies the potential to cultivate an environment overflowing with positivity, where students thrive not just academically, but also emotionally and socially, and especially in a post-COVID-19 world. Creating positivity in the classroom begins with fostering a culture of respect, kindness, reciprocity, and empathy for all. When students feel valued and respected, they are more likely to actively engage in their learning journey and to support one another's growth, as well as develop agency and resiliency. These students are our future engines of change. So Nora, I'm not sure you are aware or if you remember, but you've always been a tremendous supporter of our Sweetwater students, from attending and speaking at our collaborative climate change walkouts to when you solemnly stood by us in November 2021 when vandals desecrated our sacred Bonita Vista. So I implore all of us to sow the seeds of positivity by nurturing a healthy learning environment where laughter, curiosity, acceptance, and optimism flourish. And how? As an advocate for our community, I eagerly and passionately look forward to working with you on bills or measures that support all of our Sweetwater students, from climate change policies that create healthy green spaces to increasing in funding for social emotional learning programs that help our students navigate through mental health challenges, and of course, being the scientist I am, to increasing opportunities for our women, our LGBTQI+ populations, and our BIPOC in science, technology, and math. And again, I'm here for you because I'm here for them. So thank you once again.
The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Jim Desmond, honoring the San Luis Rey Band of Luiseno Indians. Accepting the proclamation will be Carmen Mojado.
Appreciate it.
So much. Thank you.
Well, good morning. It is my honor to welcome the San Luis Rey Luiseño Indians from Oceanside. So thank you very much for coming down and making the drive downtown here. The San Luis Rey Band have called North San Diego County and Camp Pendleton home for more than 10,000 years. And they have a long history and a very rich culture in North County. The tribe considers it a sacred responsibility to preserve and protect their ancestral territory and recently established a Native Coastal Conservancy to fund to support their ecological endeavors. They have many partners, including the County of San Diego, in a unified commitment to honor and protect historical and cultural sites. For over 25 years, the tribe has hosted an annual San Luis Rey intertribal powwow to promote the vitality of the native culture and their peoples. This cultural celebration draws thousands of people from the region to enjoy. There's a dance competition, drumming, native storytelling, and provides a better understanding for everyone about the Native Americans and their role here in North America, and particularly in San Diego County. Whereas the County of San Diego, we are committed to recognizing the tribal nations in North County that exemplify the noblest ideals of public service, and the San Luis Rey Band of Luiseño Indians is one such worthy tribe. So be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that on this 4th day of June 2024, that we commend the San Luis Rey Band of Luiseño Indians for their dedication and commitment to the residents and visitors of San Diego County, and for sharing their rich Native heritage and culture, and to hereby declare today to be San Luis Rey Band of Luiseño Indians Day throughout San Diego County. So congratulations. Thank you very much. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much, Supervisor Desmond. This is truly an honor to be here, and we look forward to a long and strong relationship with you, your office. I commend you for hiring amazing women like Adrienne, who's just made the partnership between our two entities that much more touching, if you will, and meaningful. And so we really appreciate that. That is actually the whole idea behind hosting our powwow annually. And we have not had it since 2019 when the rest of the world shut down. So this was a long time coming. This will be the 24th. We look forward to the 25th. We're in a rebuild phase. It's truly a community exercise. It's all volunteer driven. This was our healing effort to rebuild a relationship with the old mission San Luis Rey, and taking into account our history with the mission as a tribe and the future of the tribe in its relationship with the mission. And it's been we've been very fortunate to do this. Our theme this year is honoring past, present, and future. And I brought along a woman who exemplifies this entire theme. She has been involved with the powwow since we were both very, very young. She has raised all of her children to dance and drum in the powwow. So she doesn't have much of a choice to be involved since her mother was on the founding committee to actually put this event together when it was absent for 100 years from when the tribe used to have gatherings at the mission. So I'd like to introduce Cami Majado. She's one of our specialists in cultural resource protection. And I have the honor of working with her as part of, as the supervisor mentioned, our conservancy efforts. We've developed a land conservancy, and we want to be at the forefront in the stewardship of our ecological and environmental resources in North County.
county. So again, we look forward to our partnership. We look forward to you all coming out for the powwow, which is this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, at the Old Mission San Luis Rey, the only powwow to be hosted at any mission in California. Come out, and one thing that the supervisor didn't mention is the wonderful fry bread that the tribe sells. I know, we'll be there every day, all day, providing that. And we are, it's second weekend of every June. So please, and on behalf of the San Luis Rey Band and Mission Indians, on behalf of the larger Luiseño Native American community, and on behalf of our Payokowicham people and ancestors, we thank you all for this honor and look forward to the future.
Great. Come on back. We'll get it.
The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, honoring Juneteenth. Accepting the proclamation will be Mother Kathleen Harmon. The presentation will also include a shortened rendition of a libation performed by Mzee Kadumu to commemorate the Juneteenth proclamation.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Yes, okay. My name is Mzee Kadumu, and what I will be doing right now is a libation, and we usually do this before and within the culture before we start any event. Through it, you're going to hear me say Ashe. Ashe is Yoruba, which means as it is, so it is, let it be. If you want to repeat after me when I say that, it's okay, and if not, that's okay too. We give praise and thanks, and we call upon the creative universal life force that flows within each and every one and each and everything to bring healing, harmony, and balance to this gathering of family, friends, and community activists. We also ask the creative universal life force to assist us in removing all and any negative thoughts and feelings so that we may move beyond our petty differences to create an environment where we continue to grow, to love, and to understand each other. Ashe. We call upon our ancestors whose shoulders we stand on, those of antiquity and present, and especially those who built a foundation based on truth and justice, and more importantly, that they did it in the correct way. We do this so that we are reminded that we owe our good fortune and freedom to their pain, sacrifice, and death. Ashe. We call upon our future vision, those yet to be born, our youth, to remind them and to remind us that our work is never done, and that the liberation of all African people on the continent and in the diaspora and all humanity depends on our works today. Ashe. May the creative universal life force hear us. Ashe. May our ancestors hear us. Ashe. And may our future vision hear us. Ashe. I greet you with a Baragani. Assalamu alaikum. Salama. Hotel in peace. And for those of you who don't have a clue as to what I just said, how y'all doing today? All right. I want to appreciate board members and everyone for giving me the opportunity to present this to you. And hopefully today is a day of recognition by San Diego of Juneteenth. And let's move beyond recognition to understanding of why we're here and what we're supposed to be doing. Ashe. Ashe.
Thank you, Mzee Kadumu. Thank you for that libation.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
That was a wonderful way to start this presentation. It is my honor to continue a tradition at the county to present the Juneteenth proclamation as the first African-American woman to sit on the Board of Supervisors in county history.
Amen.
And now we'll have our Office of Equity and Racial Justice come along with ACE. Everyone, please come up. There's a couple people I'm going to call. Drusilla Willis, please come up, representing SEIU. Local 221.
Amen.
And Ellen Nash, the president of BAPAC, please come up, if you would, please. I know you're taping it, but we'll clip it for you when it comes out on county TV. So it's also an honor to be here with just some of the organizations within the county that represent Black excellence within our workforce and beyond. More importantly, I want to thank Queen Mother Kathleen Harmon, who is 93 years young. Thank you for being here to grace us with your wisdom and for building a legacy in our region to share what change was 90 years ago.
Yes.
On June 19, 1865, more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, Major General Gordon Granger arrived with Union soldiers to notify the 250,000 enslaved people of their freedom in Galveston, Texas. This day, now celebrated as Freedom Day, marks the true end of slavery in the United States and is a powerful reminder of the struggle for liberation and justice. For this holiday, we are reminded that even after Black enslaved people were notified of their freedom, our ancestors still fought for independence and equality. Formerly enslaved people were freed in a country where their former enslavers still surrounded them. They still did not have basic rights, had little to no government assistance, and were still oppressed. That is the American truth. That is the American history that we must continue to tell. When we help folks understand the depths of the enslavement of human beings simply because of the color of their skin, we can begin to imagine a narrative and have an honest conversation about the treatment of Black people in our region. We also must begin to change the narrative that Juneteenth is solely part of Black culture, but it is American history. Juneteenth serves as a call to action, reminding us of the work that still needs to be done to ensure that freedom and justice are truly accessible to all. It is a time to reflect on the immense contributions that Black Americans have made to our country in the face of adversity. As we celebrate Juneteenth, we must acknowledge the long and ongoing journey towards equality and justice. While significant progress has been made, the fight against systemic racism and inequality continues. Commemorating Juneteenth honors the truth and history of American culture, and I'm happy to present this year's proclamation declaring June 19th as Juneteenth Day in our county. And the last line reads, "Be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Vargas and all members of the San Diego Board of Supervisors on the 19th day of June that they honor Juneteenth and commend the progress we have made as a society and acknowledge the work that remains in the pursuit of racial equity and social justice, and do hereby declare this day to be Juneteenth Day throughout San Diego County." And at this time, I will turn the mic over to Queen Mother, Dr. Kathleen Harmon.
Thank you, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp. It is an honor to be able to stand before you today, as I have lived 92 years and been a part of just what she told you about Juneteenth. And in sharing that, I would like to say our unique San Diego journey from slavery to freedom herein provides an example throughout California, all California. We have studied how almost 2,000 United States colored troops from California helped to preserve the Union and charted ending slavery. The USCT later officially became the Buffalo Soldiers, and our own San Diego daughter named Charlene Elizabeth, I'm not really sure on that last name, but I think it's Faudet, is our Secretary of the U.S. Army as we have preserved Camp Lockett. Planning our newest federal holiday, we must never forget 1 million Union Federation civilians lost their life during the Civil War on their way to June 19 and 1865. Together, we can bring more of a perfect union and a greater peace right here in San Diego and leave our legacy for our generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harmon. We're going to have Andrew Strong come up and say a few words.
And thank you, Supervisor. And I don't even know how you follow that. First of all, you don't follow the Queen, and give it up for the Queen Mother again, 93 years young. But thank you, Queen Mother, for the love, for the courage, for the blood, sweat, and tears that you've given to the Black community and the community as a whole in San Diego County. And I just want to uplift the fact that so many of this has been said today as far as the work that actually needs to continue. And that's the work of our office of addressing structural and systemic racism within the county of San Diego, but also addressing the harms that are done by our county government to our communities. And that work continues. And we just appreciate people like Queen Mother leading the way and laying the foundation for us, but also supporting us in that work and encouraging us that we can actually accomplish something. So thank you so much, Queen Mother, and thank you for the opportunity for speaking.
Thank you, everyone. I just want to remind everyone that we, the county in the District 4 office is hosting and organizing our flag raising of the Juneteenth flag on June 13th at 8 a.m. the East Plaza of this building, the East Plaza of the County Administration Center. And then there's, of course, our traditional and oldest celebration, the Cooper Family Foundation celebration on June 15th, all day long at Memorial Park on Ocean View Boulevard, and then the San Diego Melanin's Juneteenth celebration called Kinfolks Fest will be on June 15th at Waterfront Park, so just outside of here. So there's a lot going on to commemorate and have a reflective time to be together and figure out how we together keep moving forward. That is what the most important, but we can't move forward unless we acknowledge what has happened. And so these things have happened, and if we're not careful, they will continue to happen. But we're all here together, and we're all here to move forward together. So thank you so much, everyone. Happy Juneteenth.
Maybe type it up. This Kinfolk Fest. Yeah. There we go. One more. Can you two gentlemen lean in a little in the middle so I can see you better? There we go. I can't see your face. Okay, perfect. Great. One more. Thank you.
And the final proclamation will be given by Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp honoring the San Diego County Fair. Accepting the proclamation will be Carlene Moore.
Hello again, everyone. It may be hard to tell from all of the cloudy weather that we're having, but summer is upon us. And that means it's time for one of our region's most beloved summer events, the San Diego County Fair, which I am proud to, I'm standing in for Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer. She is proud to represent for District 3, and I'm proud to go to the fair almost every year from District 4. The 2024 San Diego County Fair will kick off next week and will run through the 7th of July, providing 25 days of family-friendly fun, food, adventure, entertainment, and educational opportunities. When the first San Diego County Fair took place back in 1880, things looked quite a bit different than they do today. When the Del Mar Fairgrounds first opened in 1936, the fair finally found its forever home, an amazing space where local farmers, artisans, artists, and businesses can showcase their wares and talents, and where families can find fun and create lasting memories. From its humble beginnings, the county fair has grown to become a leading attraction for tourism, a vehicle for growing small businesses, and a continued champion of local agriculture. The San Diego County Fair also plays an important educational role, connecting us to the foods we buy and highlighting the importance of sustainable food production. In 2022, our board committed to sourcing local, sustainably grown food for the millions of meals our county programs distribute each year. Supporting local farmers and businesses helps reduce harmful carbon emissions, improves nutrition, and boosts our regional economy. By increasing awareness of these benefits and giving local food producers a space to connect with consumers, the county fair is helping us build upon this progress. The 2024 San Diego County Fair's theme is Let's Go Retro, focusing on the era of the 1950s through the 1990s, a period of time that saw the county of San Diego grow from a sparsely populated area to the vibrant region which it is today. Looking back at those decades at the fair might make you wish you kept those cool clothes from back then, but some of us have, actually. But it is with pleasure that I present this proclamation, be it proclaimed by all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that they commend the Del Mar Fairgrounds for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do by declare this 4th day of June 2024 to be San Diego County Fair Day throughout San Diego County. Congratulations, and please thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisors, for this honor. We are excited to be back here yet again this year and excited to open the fair officially in just over a week and a day to be exact. San Diego County has been an amazing partner for us, and we really appreciate working with all of you. Like you, we are here to serve all of San Diego County as well, and the fair is the biggest community celebration in the county. We opened the season, as was mentioned, on June 12th, but some of our most important work has already begun. We just had thousands of students from across San Diego County visit the fairgrounds and learn about agriculture in our Plant, Grow, Eat program. We've also begun to distribute over 20,000 tickets to local nonprofits and community service groups across San Diego County to help ensure that the fair remain accessible to everyone. And looking forward, we're in the process of finalizing plans to actually start gathering input during the fair on the future of the fairgrounds and our master site plan. But before we do all of that, we are going to take a look back. As you heard, our theme is Let's Go Retro. And this really gives us that chance to take a look at the cultural zeitgeist of the 1950s through the 1990s. And we've got some really great opportunities to just share those memorable moments with all of you. We have a custom-built 20,000 square foot theme exhibit, and it's going to feature the classic DeLorean car. It's going to have an original cell phone, which was actually invented by a member of our own community here in San Diego County. You can get a special treat at the malt shop that we'll have. You have the opportunity to take a look at what a child's room looked like in the 1960s, the 1980s, and other vignettes of this period. We're going to have some various retro contests, including some fun things with cooking as well as photography. And of course, the thing that most people are always most interested about, and that's going to be some of the foods that we have to offer at the fair this year. And we've got some foods especially that play to our theme. We'll have a Monte Cristo sandwich, Spam fries. They're good, by the way. I already tried them. Chicken pot pies, dreamsicle pudding trifle, a disco pop shake, and a strawberry dream boba drink that actually has a Pop-Tart in it. We've got a musical lineup that features some of the biggest acts and tributes to some of those acts of just bygone eras. But some of those acts that'll be there are TLC, The Village People, Ludacris, and Smokey Robinson. It's really going to be an amazing time, and the summer truly starts when San Diego County Fair opens our gates next Wednesday, June 12th. We look forward to seeing all of you to come out and visit with us, and thank you again very much for this honor, and we look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
We'll now proceed with non-agenda public communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. As a reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments, which is 4 minutes. Also, as a reminder, according to the board's rules of procedure, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. To better facilitate the meeting, we'll have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers via phone, and the rest of the non-agenda public communication will be heard at the conclusion of today's meeting. We'll now call for the public speakers. We have 26 requests to speak, 13 in person and 13 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Gambler, Purita Javier, Cesar Javier, Mark, and Oliver Twist. If I've called your name, please come forward. And you can come forward in any order. We'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
We are victims of poison gassing.
I'm going to ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon. With the residents of Streamview Drive, Limona Avenue, and Leia Street, and the General Cholas Creek neighborhood, Southeastern Board of City of San Diego, District 9 respectfully informed that there exists a home occupation business situated in our area dedicated as residential zone. The business is sole proprietorship in non-metallic mineral product known as pottery, ceramics, and kiln furnace. Operation situated at 5238 Streamview Drive, San Diego, California 92105, and has been operating since 1984. Science and research studies explains that clay mixed with chemicals such as lead, silica, asbestos, when burned, heated and reheated, baked and rebaked, wood or gas fueled generate toxic gases, potentially impacting our air we all breathe. It is declared hazards to our health, safety, and public welfare. Inhaling or even ingesting fumes, other airborne chemical particulates or pollutants result to sneezing, coughing, irritant to the eyes, dizziness, unusual headaches,
Thank you.
unusual
Your time is
heart.
up. Thank you. And for the record, that speaker was Purita Javier.
I am Cesar Javier.
Thank you.
A substitute teacher, retired, but still strong. We found out, Ma'am Monica Steve, that the culprit here is Municipal Rule, Code Rule 11, which exempts ceramics kiln, fueled wood, gas, or electric. It was revised and adopted 2021 at the peak of our reporting. And we believe that this is the issue, the problem. The city has the same ruling. The air pollution has the same ruling. The county has the same ruling. At the city level, why did they allow this? Why? We ask that question. Is the city or our county poisoning us, getting rid of Asian Americans in our neighborhood? Please understand, that is our layman's analysis, understanding. Why we? The owner is a Caucasian American amongst 40 artists of the Pottery of San Diego Guild, countywide. And we have two at the District 9, within District 4 of the county, two artists. They are hiding, they are covered. And one covering is this Rule 11, accepting them. And so they have all the free will.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. And please,
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Mark, first of all, it's really tragic to see people talking about being freed from slavery when now everyone is being enslaved globally, especially here in the US, Canada, and Mexico as the North American Union. What I'm going to show right now is not right or left. They're things that both sides would be against if they knew about them. All these video titles are on one of these three. Most are on YouTube, or it might be the title of an article. People need to see Rosa Corey. This part one. She talks about Agenda 21 and how she knows as an expert California witness. If you see, and you can see Rosa Corey from 3 minutes, 30 seconds. If you see this from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes, your fifth grader could watch it and understand the Federal Reserve and the scam that's being done on you. The corporation nation, they're investing us, our grandparents, our parents' tax dollars, investing in corporations, and they're not going to share any of it with us. It's in a separate budget, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. And this, Trump signed it, Biden did not rescind it, and it handed control over our trade and immigration to a foreign unelected council. We only have one American member on, and he's not elected. Wealth inequality in America is worth 5 minutes of your time to see. Very important. It'll blow your mind. Klaus Schwab, this title here, right here, is Klaus Schwab literally saying that he's penetrated half the cabinet of Canada, as well as France and other governments, including ours. And he says it, himself. He's with the World Economic Forum. This is Sandag limiting your movement at 1 hour and 22 minutes and 50 seconds. And Nora is the chair of SANDAG as well as this group here. And I'm out of time, of course.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening, good morning. Oliver Twist here today to talk about immigration. And I'd like to reframe and redirect the conversation that up until now has proven quite polarizing. First and foremost, yes, indeed, we are a nation whose legacy is built on immigration. And that tenet has proven mutually symbiotic in our growth and innovation as a country. However, what was once a noble tool for expansion and personal opportunity has now morphed into something unrecognizable and unsustainable. It has become detrimental to both the host and to the immigrants themselves. Currently, we have a bottom-up system, and Andrew, I'm not sure if you had the slide or not, with limitless global demand. It is overwhelming our supply and also enabling bad actors. Okay, if there's a slide that was supposed to go with this. I now ask for the county, state, and federal government to implement a top-down approach, that is, predetermine what fiscal number we can manage without going further into debt, and then limit the number of immigrants and asylum seekers accordingly. People slip into the country and disappear into the ether, but the social services programs must still absorb them. However, if we used an analogy and we look to the west out on the bay, envision a boat on the water with people pouring into it, the necessary limits would become self-evident. If too many inundate the vessel, the whole ship goes down. In other words, the boat's got to float. Lastly, I do commend President Biden in anticipation of his proposed action today to temporarily seal the border. Much like Dorothy, it seems he had the power all along, and the political theater in this chamber and at the local level was never needed at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Don't mind my saying.
Gambler here. So, I went to a couple events over the weekend, talked to a lot of people. A lot of people like what I'm doing. We just don't like my additional comments. Well, I explained to you, everyone, how anyone could go ahead and take registration forms and turn them into ballots. I could go ahead and manufacture as many as I want, and Michael Vu definitely knows this. That is why he came up with the Assembly Bill 1873. That Assembly Bill cost me my job at the Registrar of Voters because I was opposed to vote-by-mail system, and I pointed it out on a daily basis. To the point that Michael Vu, Cynthia Pius, and Aaron Myers all conspired to make up shit to get me fired. I was not allowed to go ahead and say anything about it. I was not allowed to go ahead and defend myself. So if people want to understand why I treat you guys with such disrespect, that is exactly why, because none of you want to address this issue, even though people right now in Jersey is getting convicted for exactly what I said. I want access to take a look at the signatures that are coming from homeless facilities. I want to compare that with the registration forms. And I bet you I'm going to find that a lot of those signatures are identical. I'm going to also bet you that most of those people helped get many of you elected. Monica, Nora, Tara, Joel. I'm not definitely convinced that you, Jim, was involved in that scheme. But in your area, they are making sure that they will not run into that problem again.
Thank you. Your time is up. When it is your turn, now we'll hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a parent of 3 adult sons, and I worked on behalf of young adults to safeguard their passage to productive adulthood. I also advocate for good public health policy in land use decisions at my planning group. I support all improvements to neighborhoods that gives young people hope and good health. I have also participated in the town halls and community questionnaires organized by the Office of Child and Youth Success. One of the questions that is asked is, and I quote, "Do ideas for making San Diego a better place for children and youth?" Routinely, parks come up and the need for safe and clean neighborhoods, which are definitely intertwined. I appreciate the county has tobacco, marijuana, smoke-free, and vape-free parks, beaches, and hiking trails. Now would be the time to begin the process that makes San Diego's air quality cleaner and healthier in all public places for everyone, especially youth and old, and vulnerable populations. Secondhand marijuana and tobacco smoke and vapor can be very harmful with its more than 7,000 toxic chemicals. Secondhand marijuana and tobacco smoke and vape is known to cause cancer in non-smokers and to affect the heart and blood vessels, increasing the risk of heart attack and stroke. On behalf of my 3 adult sons, thank you for considering their future good health when you make important land use decisions. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. Next caller is Consuelo. Your device might be muted. We'll come back to that caller.
Hey, it's Jim. Always wanting to support the best for the people in this county. I'd like to personally reach out to one of our Board of Supervisor members who may be suffering in silence. I think he's there now, and he's probably on his phone, but normally he is. Joel Anderson, just know there's hope for you. Cell phone addiction has been compared to internet, gambling, and shopping addiction. It is a compulsive behavior that works similarly to substance addiction in the brain. To help out, here are some suggestions. Number 1, make rules for yourself, limiting your phone usage. Number 2, set time periods in which you shouldn't use your phone, i.e. during the time of Board of Supervisors meetings. Number 3, designate activities in which your phone is forbidden, i.e. driving or during Board of Supervisors meetings. You can also download an application to help cut down on cell phone use. If these changes and habits don't work, treatment options also include cognitive behavioral therapy. It aims to change your behaviors into healthy ones. Number 2, motivational interviewing helps you to find motivation to make a positive behavioral change. There's also treatment groups such as Internet and Tech Addiction Anonymous, ITAA. There's help out there for you. You are not alone. Well, actually, with your head buried deep in your phone or your computer, you are kind of alone. But you don't have to be. I mean, look up. There are a bunch of citizens in the room wanting your attention. Consider giving it to them. That may be the behavioral change that helps you most of all. Good luck.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Barbara Gordon. I attended a conference in Sacramento this last week that reminded me of how costly tobacco and marijuana is to the state and our community. It's imperative to prioritize the health and well-being of San Diego instead of supporting and or promoting products that are addictive. The financial costs to the healthcare system, environmental cleanup, and loss of productivity are an enormous cost to the taxpayer. Tobacco and marijuana remains a significant public health concern. Tobacco smoke contributes to various preventable diseases and deaths, of nearly 40,000 Californians every year. That is 110 people every day. Predatory industries like tobacco and marijuana intentionally target and profit off of young people by selling their products in our communities. The industry spends billions of dollars marketing and advertising their products, especially marginalized communities, making addiction more affordable. These drugs are not harmless, regardless of what any company or state or local government would like you to believe. Families and taxpayers continue to bear the cost from the harms and health issues that follow. I urge you to not ignore the risk factors such as the perceived acceptability. Policymakers can influence the prevention landscape that can change the lives of their residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Peggy Walker, good morning. As a youth advocate, it's extremely disappointing, Supervisor Vargas, to see your vigor in promoting cannabis commercialization with taxpayer funding. It blatantly disregards the proven harms of normalization and accessibility to young people 12 to 27. The Reader on May 29th reported, quote, an array of special interests, including pot dealers, funded the February 21st annual State of the County speech by Democratic County Supervisor Nora Vargas, according to posted disclosure filing. Cannabis dealer Martin Ash, for one, quote, came in with over $3,600. Pay to play demonstrates the indifference to the health of our kids' brains and futures. How can we ask young people to be the best they can be when we bombard them with psychoactive drugs? We want our county to be the best place to grow up, not one with false, misleading messages about drug use. The industry says kids don't buy from dispensaries. The national data shows they do. With fake IDs, no ID checks, others buying for them, or online and through deliveries. When it's available, kids get it. Those 12 to 27 pay heavily through IQ loss, addiction, psychosis, suicide, and outcomes that are personally and socially costly. The push for commercialization is a betrayal of children, parents, and families. When overwhelming medical evidence demonstrates the dangers of today's high-potency THC, we really need to ask what kind of society or leadership puts addiction for profit businesses over the well-being of our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go back to the last caller, Consuelo. Again, Consuelo, your device might be muted. We'll now go to the next caller.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Megan Stewart, and as a public health educator, I would like to bring to your attention a study published that has revealed the combined use of marijuana and nicotine during pregnancy and the linked significantly higher risks for both maternal and neonatal morbidity. Specifically, infants born to mothers who used both substances had more than double the risk compared to those with no exposure. This study, conducted by Dr. Jamie Lowe and her colleagues, analyzed data from over 3 million pregnancies in California. The findings were striking. Combined marijuana and nicotine use resulted in a 2.18 times higher risk of infant death. Additionally, there were increased risks of preterm delivery, severe maternal morbidity, NICU admissions, and infants being small for their gestational age. It's important to note that even using marijuana alone was associated with a 65% higher risk of infant death, and nicotine alone a 62% higher risk. But the combination of these substances showed a synergistic effect, amplifying the dangers. This underscores the severe consequences of marijuana use during pregnancy, especially when combined with nicotine. In my past experiences in social work, it was made paramountly aware to me that many women are unaware of any harmful effects that marijuana use can have on them or their child during pregnancy and lactation. The marketing of many permitted marijuana products are successfully convincing consumers that their products are harmless. The county has many programs that aim to assist expecting and recent mothers. I would like to encourage the board to promote and include education initiatives that focus on the harms and risks associated with marijuana and tobacco use before, during, and after pregnancy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. The next item is the approval of the minutes and statements of proceedings for the regular meeting of May 21st, 2024, the Fire Protection District meeting of May 21st, 2024, and In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting of May 21st, 2024. Is there a motion for approval, as well as the group budget presentation special meetings of May 14th and May 16th? So moved. Is there a second? We have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, a second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. Next item for the board's consideration is the consent calendar. We'll proceed with the formation of the consent calendar, which includes items 1 through 11, 21 through 24, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Item 1, and Fire Protection District Item 1. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull any items they would like for discussion. Before we hear from the supervisors, I would like to note for the record several items. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of recommendations for final action on the salary or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of local agency executives. There are 3 items to report in accordance with state law. Agenda item 5 includes a change in the assigned salary grade for the Director of County Fire, Director Office of Economic Development and Government Affairs, and Director of Office of Emergency Services from grade 17 to grade 19, and the Executive Director of the Citizens Law Enforcement Review Board from grade 8 to grade 12. Agenda item 21 includes approval and adjustment of temporary assignment compensation and benefits for the acting Chief Administrative Officer. The terms of the appointment include an adjustment to her annual base salary to $383,240, contribution to the acting Chief Administrative Officer's deferred compensation account equal to 10% of the noted salary payable on July 5th, 2024, including authorization of concomitant employee tax liability disbursement established by the compensation ordinance and catch-up deferral limits, monthly automobile allowance at the equivalent rate established by Administrative Code Section 496, 80 hours of executive time off per calendar year, and other fringe benefits and paid leaves applicable to the executive management during her time as acting Chief Administrative Officer. Also note that there was an errata that was posted online and distributed to the board that corrected the start date for the acting Chief Administrative Officer in Recommendation 1. Item number 1 on the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority agenda includes approval of the revised employment agreement with the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Executive Director. If item number 1 is approved, the Executive Director's biweekly salary will increase to $6,740.80. With those notes on the record, we'll now any of Chairwoman Vargas's comments have any comments or would like to pull any items for discussion, starting with Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you very much. I don't need to pull anything, just wanted to make a couple quick comments on item number 21. I want to thank Sarah for all that she has done as interim CAO. I was a newly elected supervisor, and she was just being appointed as the interim CAO when we faced a 1 in 100 year flood in many of our communities in the region. And so we had a lot of work to do in a very short amount of time. And she has always been available, and I want to thank her for that. I also just want to quickly address something that I did see in some inaccurate reporting. Sarah and anyone that was interested in being interim, the board had agreed that that person would not be able to be a permanent CAO. And so I just want to make sure that everyone knows that she did move forward with that, knowing that she would not be able to serve permanently. And I want to thank her for her sacrifice. And that is it. I will move the consent agenda.
Thank you. My apologies. Chairwoman Vargas had indicated she was going to make the motion for the consent. If you'll second.
I will.
Thank you so much. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. I don't have any items to pull. I will, but I do have a few comments. First of all, on item 3, this is a Tri-City Hospital. Exodus Company is a single source contract for the new 16 psychiatric beds at Tri-City Hospital. So I'm happy to see this before the board today. This effort started in 2019 when I first got elected as a Board of Supervisors, when North County had suddenly become a desert for mental health services. With the opening of the Tri-City Psychiatric Health Facility, along with the 3 crisis stabilization units that we have along the 78 corridor, North County is going to have a strong network for mental health services to offer. Item 4, this is supporting our foster care youth. This board letter is an effort we are continuing from last year, which supports legislation to reform foster care payments statewide. We have a responsibility to protect and support our foster care youth, and they're some of the most vulnerable people in our society. Our office was made aware of this legislation by Shane Harris of the People's Association of Justice Advocates. Historically, when a child enters foster care, because, unfortunately, maybe their parents passed away, counties in California collected the foster care youth's Social Security benefits on their behalf. Counties were essentially using these funds to pay for the care of the youth. However, this practice is a contributing factor to many of the foster youth, unfortunately, aging out of the program with very little resources and entering into homelessness. So I'm proud that the San Diego County reformed this practice as soon as we were able to. But now in San Diego County, the Social Security benefits are put into a reserve account for the youth until they turn 16. There's an Assembly Bill, AB 2906, it's authored by Assemblyman Bryan, would require all counties to put the funds in a reserve account for the children, for the youth. This bill would also require counties to financially provide for planning for the youth, taking care of them will help set them up in foster care and hopefully for a better future. This is a board letter to Supervisor Anderson and myself. We actually brought it to the board last year. Same thing in support, this different bill number now. But while it was passed here, unfortunately, Governor Newsom did not sign it into law. So he's got another opportunity to do that, and we hope this important reform effort will be implemented statewide. So the County of San Diego, we're a leader on this front, and I hope that other counties throughout California will follow suit. I want to say thank you to Shane for all the work you do for our community and for advocating for foster care youth, and for my colleague Supervisor Anderson for partnering with me on this. Item 21, I also want to thank Sarah, and I know she's not here because we're voting on something here for her, but she has done an excellent job as an interim CAO. She's, getting us through the budget process, having to tackle that effort, and also getting us, through the term and hiring of a new CAO. And so she's done exemplary, and she's kept the ship afloat, kept us going in the right direction, and I really, even though she's not here, I just thank her for her efforts, and I know she's going to be, continue to do well. So thank you, Sarah. Item 24, this is the law enforcement agreement with Rincon Band of Luiseño Indians. So along with the San Luis Rey Band of Luiseño Indians, we're working with them in North County. We also are working with the Rincon Band as well. So this is a great partnership with the Rincon Band and their law enforcement and our law enforcement to work together collaboratively and to continue these efforts. So I want to say thank you to Chairman Bo Mazzetti and the rest of the Tribal Council for being excellent partners with this law enforcement agreement. And you already had a motion and a second, so I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Through the chair, Supervisor Anderson.
I don't wish to pull anything, but I would like to quickly comment on item 7. We have an incredible team of firefighters in Station 43, and Station 43 will boost public safety for the Jocumba community. It's very important in my district, and I thank you everybody for voting for it in advance. I also would like, I'm sorry that Sarah's not here to hear all the kind words, but she did an incredible job, and I'm so pleased that she was at the helm, considering how rocky the road was there with the flooding and all the other issues that we had to face. And I'd also like to welcome Ebony in her new position. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Hi, yes, thank you. Nothing to pull and no comments, but I need to recuse myself on item 8. I received a contribution of more than $250 from one of the agents for this item, so I will be recusing myself from participating in a vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now turn to public comment. As a reminder for members of the public, please keep your comments related to those items only on the consent calendar. We have 12 requests to speak on the items on the consent calendar. Again, those are items 1 through 11 and 21 through 24. We have 8 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak on the consent calendar, please dial by phone. Please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. We'll begin with the speakers in favor of the items on the consent calendar. I'd like to invite forward Shane Harris and Paul Kruger. They'll be followed by Mark, Oliver Twist, Paul, Consuelo, allegedly Audra, and Luke. If I've called your name, please come forward. And again, I'll ask you to please state which item on the consent calendar you are speaking on. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Shane Harris, and I am the president and founder of the People's Association of Justice Advocates and the sponsor and proposer of today's board action item number 4. I want to thank Supervisor Jim Desmond, Supervisor Joel Anderson for listening to those who grew up under this county's care and for taking action every single time you can for our foster youth. For decades, counties across California have continued the unjust practice of taking foster children's survivor and disability benefits. This practice is not only unjust, but it is also borderline deranged. I mean, how could a county that took children in claiming to keep them safer than their biological families apply and take money that was left for them from their parents or biological family and then not even inform them that they applied for them? Black and brown children are disproportionately represented in the foster care system if we want to talk about Juneteenth. And they go homeless upon exiting care in this county versus more of them go homeless versus actually graduating college, despite the stories that organizations like Promises for Kids will tell you. Unfortunately, the successes do not outweigh the challenges. And so this population is more marginalized than most other child populations. This kind of action these counties have been participating in is called stealing. I spent 13 years in the foster care system here in San Diego County after losing both of my parents. My mother received Social Security and disability benefits, and my father did too. To think that the county may have applied for and taken the benefits that I would have had access to is maddening. To think that other kids are experiencing this across our state and region is egregious. This legislation brought forth by a friend, Isaac Bryan, assembly member from LA, is a game changer, but it does not go far enough. AB 2906 will at least stop this practice in all counties across the state, and it will at least stop the bleeding. I call on you to support our agenda item today to ensure this legislation.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Paul Kruger.
Sir, you can just come to the podium and state your name, please.
I just want to be sure that I'm speaking at the appropriate time.
Yes.
My name is Paul Kruger. I yield to Shane and his expertise in this issue and completely respect his credibility. I'm here to second what he says and to tell you briefly that my wife and I informally adopted a young teenager before she started high school, and saw her through high school and on to what is now a very successful career as a social worker, having graduated from one of the best colleges in the country, Washington University in St. Louis. and she's doing social work there. And I want you to know that we did this without any help from any agency, but I know that we were very fortunate to be able to do that. And I want you to know that any legislation or program that you can pass that will help these children and the families that care for them is extremely important, because, as you know, these children and young adults can go either way. They can end up spending a life in and out of prison, struggling with drug abuse, and, you know, perhaps not seeing it through alive. Or they can end up like Shane ended up, or like our quote-unquote foster daughter ended up, and be a huge attribute and asset to society. And for all the money that we spend on every kind of program, I know that you have advocates for all programs. This is monumentally important. It's a common sense request, and I thank you for listening to those like Shane who understand it more than any of us could. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark. 54.7 million hours of in-home assistance are estimated to grow to 60.9 million hours. That says a lot about our government's failure. That was one. Fire mitigation fee. Even if the United States stopped using all fossil fuels right now, it would only make a difference of 0.2 degrees centigrade by the year 2100, government models show. There's no way that these changes can be attributed to climate change. The climate is changing all the time, but there's no reason that these changes can be attributed to the use of greenhouse gases. 3, relying on a single source contract for all your goods and services means you're vulnerable if they experience issues with their supply chain, quality control, or financial affairs, etc. I am not familiar with these allegations. However, the author of Exodus Recovery, Inc. Abuse on Facebook wrote, "It's a terrible thing when a counselor who is placed in a position of trust abuses so many people in the name of the dollar." Thankfully, the company Exodus Recovery Incorporated is being sued, and Alvin Bud Fowler has been terminated for corruption. He faces many victims who have been harmed by his horrifically illegal actions in a short time, end quote. Because homeless people will not be missed and have little power or recourse if abused, and Newsom's Senate Bill 43, I find this very concerning. SB 43 expands the legal definition by which someone can be deemed gravely disabled and treated against their will. So our government refuses to stop inflation, causing people to become homeless, and then wants to experiment with them against their will. This might also include a 19-year-old living at the beach in OB who gets caught during his first experience with LSD or mushrooms. He would recover from an acid trip. What permanent effects will their brain-altering psych meds have on his brain chemistry? If our government is so great, why aren't the poorest of our citizens happy with it? See the YouTube title, Wealth Inequality in America, this one. Then see Rosa Corey, this one. SB 43 is an abomination, and this is where and how it can be implemented. Your kids could be the next to be experimented on. 4, it is
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. This is for item 3, Oliver Twist. And good morning, Tara. For the record, she arrived at 11:01 a.m. today. I'm in opposition of this item as it's currently presented. I am in favor of North County getting the mental health services need. But as a watchdog, I have a lot of problems with a sole source no bid contract and opaquely working out the price and details behind the scenes afterwards. I've seen abuses from single source contracts at other entities such as Sandag, and strongly feel they should be avoided. If a sole source contract truly is unavoidable, it should absolutely be structured for only a short term and have a full pricing transparency for the public. Another issue that jumped out was the length of the contract, up to 30 years, given the five-year renewals. That seems quite excessive. If you do insist on moving forward with this, I would ask for only a 2-year contract with a full performance review, and also just just a one-time renewal option. I would like to see them come back before the board for another look at the final approval so that the price and the contract details are made public before the taxpayers are on the hook. Lastly, I want to share some excerpts you'll see on the screen from the document that demonstrated the concerns from the LA County Auditor Controller had with Exodus Recovery in March of 23. Quote, our review noted significant areas of noncompliance which impact Exodus's ability to ensure county funds are appropriately used to provide MH program services and resulted in a significant amount of question cost. So if those were not immediately resolved, they were to be placed on the county contractor alert reporting database. Please think twice about any sole contract. I appreciate the taxpayer consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Paul. North County needs mental health services, but this is not the way. Number 3. It really tells a lot about HHSA's regard for the people that no documentation is provided beyond the board letter to support granting a single source contract and lock us in for 30 years with a shady contractor. Yelp gives them 1.3 out of 5. BBB rating is C+. Bird Eye gives Exodus Recovery in LA a 2.6 out of 5. Employee reviews are mixed as well. Most of all, the LA County Auditor noted that Exodus charged almost, 2.9, almost 3% million in inadequately supported expenditures, did not always complete a competitive bidding process when they procured service contracts as required. They did not provide adequate documentation to support the salaries paid and whether they were reasonable, did not obtain employee background checks, clearances from the California DOJ. I sent you a letter for all this, and you need to tell HHSA to get real and find a better provider and do not approve this stupid contract. Number 2, the program needs a better moniker than RAT. 3 officers only assigned to the task force, 12,000 vehicle thefts in 2023.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. So yeah, it's interesting, Joel, to hear you talk about Hukumba and the need for this fire, more fire department and probably ambulance. You realize that the illegals that are crossing there are starting the fires, putting the communities in danger. And we're paying for them to go and take care of that. An ambulance costs $108,000 a month. There were 2 of them in Hukumba and 2 fire trucks, 2 sheriffs. And they're concerned because these illegals are the ones starting the fires. They have never been more busy than they are right now, dealing with that on a daily basis, whether it be that they're starting them at night to keep warm, during the day to obstruct, distract, or to signal to where they are. And these firemen are concerned, and it's like you want to sit here and put it in there, but you don't want to acknowledge why it's needed. You can't even look up. It's like, that's what's sad. It's just like when Hukumba was going to have, and now they do, the solar field. People came in here and they were like, we don't want this in our town. What'd you guys do? You paid them off. Let's just throw a couple of $1 million at them. Maybe you should do that now for having their communities be, suffering because of the fires. So when they're going to those fires, it's keeping those firemen from being able, like ones in Hamul, there's nobody there if there's a fire in the community, because they're worried and dealing with illegals that are starting fires. It is putting our communities in danger. And it's like, is that xenophobic to say? Probably, right, Joel? You can't even look up.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo, kind of speaking on all of them. So what I have written, how about using our tax dollars on setting up a system where there's little need for a foster system in the first place? Government has gotten so big, they are doing more harm than good. They thrive off of a broken family, let's be real. Government continues to have it be so where continues to have it be so to where the majority is barely surviving with hardly anyone thriving. To my neighbors, my brothers and sisters, doing all they can to make it in this government system, don't beat yourselves up. It's the system, it's the design. The establishment will continue penalizing the people for their efforts and trying to get ahead. You know, there are so many things here that I want to touch base on, and it's just, all in all, it's just more, more government, more money of ours, and the majority of the people are still not paying attention. There's going to come a time where there's going to be a collapse that will be purposeful. And, it's this government who is making it all happen. They're just not listening to the people. They're just doing as they're told. And it's really sad. It's really sad where our world is going and what our government, what our county is looking like, what our county, our state, and quite frankly, the entire planet, it's going to crap. But like I said, it's all purposeful, and it's really sad that you have leaders that don't listen and don't care.
Next speaker, please.
Luke, I'm here to address number 7 about this new fire station that's being put up. It needs to be there. Definitely does. And that's a result of sanctuary policies that are distracting and taking the time up of our valued firefighters. Over the past 2 weekends, we do this every Saturday, we spend from early in the morning till late at night all along the border, watching what's going on, witnessing the way that the Border Patrol behaves. We document it. They've been doing a really great job despite these horrible policies. Talking with firefighters, on this past Saturday, we were at a location near Dilzura where there's a camp. And of course, the fire trucks showed up with their lights going. And one of them didn't go down the road, but he stopped and he talked with us for a little while. And we asked him about, we'd been seeing these burn areas all over, right next to the vegetation. In some areas, there'll be one here, one here, one here, one here, where they're lighting fires right next to this vegetation. Thank God we've had a rainy season this year for the springtime, and there is some greenery, but it is going to be a real mess as time goes on and the fall comes and everything dries out. There's going to be nonstop fires. And the firefighter that we spoke with through the window of his fire truck was saying that there was a fire happening at that moment, and he said they're happening all the time because these illegal immigrants are out there starting fires, and it's taking up all of our valuable resources. The people in places like Akamba they're losing out on their resources because of this. If they make a call, it is going to take a while for the firefighters to get back to town to be able to help them because they're distracted by these horrible policies that you guys have. We need to end the sanctuary status now.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
It's truth. Item 3, no to an $18.6 million monopoly contract with Exodus Recovery Inc. for 16 beds used to turn people into zombies via psychotropic drugs at the Tri-City Psychiatric Facility in Oceanside. Despite the fact that the LA County Auditor found that Exodus has an inability to ensure county funds are appropriately used with $3 million in question costs. And just last week, Tri-City's operating room director, Gary Johnson, was accused of burglary and attempting to sexually assault a staffer at her home. I guess you guys are just going to overlook rape, too. Item 4, nothing against AB 2906, but no to more political theater letters, no to people in government telling everyone what bills to support, and no to egomaniacs with associations making items about themselves. Item 5, no to more inflation salary increases that will cost the taxpayers an extra $3.3 million. Does the Assistant Director of Animal Services even deserve another $45,000 a year when network horses are still suffering to death? Item 7, yes to a future $17.4 million Hukumba fire station. But what I want to know is, how did former German Nazi company BayWa own our country's land in the first place? And how much did the county pay for it? And is BayWa expecting another non-recyclable solar farm fraud in exchange? Item 9, the conflict of interest for county government to vote on conflict of interest codes for the sheriff, because if the sheriffs are beholden to money, approval, and undue influence by the county, they've sold out their own independent authority along with the rights of the people. Item 21. Apparently, Sarah wasn't actually getting paid what she should have been, but now she could really celebrate $383,000 a year with car trips covered. Wouldn't want to be green and walk to work. Item 22. Instead of picking cotton or chopping rocks, modern inmate slaves get the clean brush with a state program called a fire camp. The slaves are literally going to labor camp. This is nothing but the county corporation saving a few bucks and emptying the jails. Item IHSS01, notes to Executive Director Thomas Jones, getting $3,000.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ann Riddle. I called in to speak to item 4. I'm appreciative of this opportunity to shine a spotlight on foster care and a much overdue remuneration for our young people who find themselves in foster care and whose money was supposed to come to them would mostly now revert back to them as it should have always been. My experience as a social worker began in foster care, and I have a high regard for those who do that sort of work. But I learned a couple of things in those early years of being a foster care worker about some of the issues facing our youth. One was the role that parenting played in creating an atmosphere that meant the children had to be removed from their home. Without exception, it seemed to be drug-oriented. And in that day, it was alcohol and marijuana, and I understand that that's still the case. Our young parents have not yet appreciated the role of marijuana in their lives in creating the problems and their inability to take care of children. And second, I learned about our young adults themselves, that they are vulnerable. And like youth everywhere, 90% begin their drug use journey under the age of 19. So any opportunity for us to understand what goes on in foster care, the issues that create them, the issues that there are for our young people in it, are well deserving of our attention here at the Board of Supervisors meeting. So thank you for that opportunity this morning.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for comment on the items on the consent calendar. And Chairwoman Vargas has a statement that she would like me to read before the board considers to vote on the items on the consent calendar. It reads, "For the record, I want to recognize Sarah with the proclamation today, but she wouldn't let me, as she wanted us to focus on the work of the county. However, I do believe it is important to recognize her nearly 20-year track record of service to the County of San Diego. We thank her for stepping up, and as Supervisor Montgomery Stepp mentioned, as a candidate for interim CAO, was not able to compete in the CAO process. Again, thank you, Sarah, for your commitment, dedication to your team, the board, and the County of San Diego." We have a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, to approve items 1 through 11, 21 through 24, In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Item 1, and Fire Protection District Item 1. Please vote. Also noting for the record that Vice Chair Lawson-Remer is recusing herself from item 8. With that, Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. I'll remind members of the public that it's really important that we give everyone the opportunity to be heard, whether it's your turn to speak or someone else is speaking or a county supervisor speaking. Rules of procedure are very clear about disruptive behavior. Anyone that is disruptive will be warned, and if they continue to disrupt the meeting, they will be asked to leave the chamber. So with that note, Paul, that is your first warning for disrupting the meeting. For members of the public, we'll be hearing items in the following order, starting with item 18, item 19, item 12, item 13, item 15, and 16 will be heard concurrently, item 17, and then item 14. And under the board's rules of procedure, Chairwoman Vargas will be limiting speaking time to 1 minute each for all of the discussion items. So I'll ask you to please keep your comments to 1 minute for the discussion items. We'll begin with discussion item 18, which is the appointment of Chief Administrative Officer and approval of employment agreement. This item includes approval of appointment and approval of the new Chief Administrative Officer's employment agreement pursuant to Government Code Section 54953. Prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for final action on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of local agency executives. The terms of the employment agreement include an initial annual base salary of $395,012.80, with annual cumulative increases to the base salary effective on August 1st, 2025, July 31st, 2026, July 30th, 2027, July 28th, 2028, and July 27th, 2029. Contribution to the Chief Administrative Officer's deferred compensation account equal to the IRS annual maximum elective deferral limit, including catch-up deferral limits, monthly automobile allowance at the equivalent rate established by Administrative Code Section 496 of $1,000 per month, 80 hours of executive time off per calendar year, and all other fringe benefits and paid leaves applicable to the executive management. With that noted, we'll now hear from individuals that requested to speak on item 18. We have 13 requests to speak, 9 in person, and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in favor. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 18 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. And we'd like to welcome Ebony's family, who is here in the chamber as well. We'll begin with the in favor speakers. I'd like to invite forward Robert Gurman, Drusilla Willis, Paul Cadena, Paul, Marcel Sanchez, and Crystal Irving. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good morning. My name is Drusilla Willis, and I'm here to speak in favor of number 18. I am the current San Diego County Employees Chapter President and a proud member of SEIU Local 221. Crystal Irving is my president. I've been with the county for 22 years, and I work for self-sufficiency. The process of the selection of the new CAO was stressful and rather disturbing for the lack of transparency. But congratulations. Okay, I lost my place. Oh, okay, here we go. Congratulations, Ebony, on your appointment. You are more than deserving, and I can't wait to get to work with you. In my 22 years, it's been rough. That was until our amazing predecessor, your amazing predecessor, Helen Robbins Myers. Hey, Helen, I miss you. Stepped up and helped us. All right, since we only have a minute, I'm gonna cut it down. Many employees. What?
Thank you. Next speaker, please. 1 minute goes fast. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Paul Cadena. I'm a proud member of SEIU Local 221. For the last 2 decades, I have served the county, working in the Department of Agriculture, Weights and Measures, in the Integrated Pest Management Program. Today, I stand before you deeply concerned with the lack of transparency exhibited at the CAO recruitment process. Chairman Vargas, This process has left many frontline workers feeling undervalued. I do have hope that this new board will champion the cause of labor and the working class. I do extend my heartfelt congratulations to Ebony Shelton on her appointment today. As a county employee, I want to highlight the significant issue within the workplace. The culture or lack of transparency and respect for frontline workers has led to a lower recruitment and fewer people applying to work for the county. This must change. These challenges contribute to tough workloads.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Paul, welcome aboard, Ebony. Since the finances of the U.S. and of California, on which you depend for many of your grants and programs, are not to be relied on, and the city's finances are in disarray, probably, so they may come knocking on your door. The choice of Ebony Shelton as the new CAO is probably a good one. And I see that she began her service with the San Diego Superior Court in 1997, and she's also had human resource and financial positions. But I think she may find her legal experience most valuable, since I've seen a number of errors and omissions at the board. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition, Mark, Consuelo, and allegedly Audra.
Hi, Robert Gurman. I had a 2-minute presentation with a slideshow. I'll save it for later because I think I'll be back. So I'll take my 1 minute and wishing the new CAO good luck. But more importantly, to thank Sarah, because she has always helped me. As many times as I screw up trying to send letters in and slides, coming to the meeting, she's always encouraged me. And this is a last-minute deal, so I'm speaking from my heart here. You are just simply a good person. So I want to thank you and good luck with your career. I did not know you were in the running. So if some of my other presentations inferred that I knew that you were in the running,
I wasn't in the running.
Yeah, no, you weren't. They explained it to me. So I want to, good luck, and good luck to the new CAO.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Marcel Sanchez, and I am a dedicated SEIU Local 221 member who has served the county for nearly a decade. Specifically, I work in the Agricultural Weights and Measures Department within the IPC division. I speak before you today to express our disappointment with the lack of transparency during the recent CAO recruitment process. As frontline employees, we feel undervalued, and the absence of openness in this critical hiring decision has only increased our concerns. I hope that this board will prioritize labor and advocate for the working class. I would also like to extend my congratulations to Ebony Shelton on her recent appointment. As a county employee, I hope her presence will lead to positive changes in our culture. Specifically, I believe it is essential to shift our focus away from overvaluing executives and instead recognize the invaluable contributions of frontline workers like myself. Thank you for your attention on this matter, and I look forward to witnessing positive developments.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, first of all, I feel really sorry for the CEO having to implement these totalitarian measures she has no say in. Of course, anyone they appoint will be willing to do this. And it's literally criminal that people like this woman on her day off waited for the last couple of hours to speak. It's 1 minute to speak. And you guys put non-agenda, by the way, at the very end of the meeting, except for 5 speakers. That's an insult. It's disrespectful. Jim, you should write something up to change that, along with the paper slips that waste paper, because the same amount of time to you guys, period. So there could be no other reason whatsoever other than just to disrespect and waste the time on poor people's day off. They're not making $200,000 a year. They come here to speak to you guys and tell you what they think and have to wait all day to speak at the end of the meeting. It's a crime. Jim, do something about it.
Your next speaker, please.
One person uses the name Rondra. You started me at 59 seconds. Yes, you did. It said 59. Wow. Something else. It's like anything to silence the people, all while you're like, we care about what the people think. Yes, Andrew, it said 59 seconds, but whatever. I'm lying, right? Anywho, it's like, is anything going to change? I mean, I hope, Ebony, that you will make changes that are going to benefit the county. But it's sad because all of the agendas that are being pushed are not for the people. It's actually to go against the people, and I've been arrested and assaulted at the direction of the CAO before. Not you, Sarah, but Helen. So it's like, we'll see if Ebony does that, who knows. But it's sad just to see the way that things go and how you silence people, and we're just gonna have more of the same. You know, it'd be nice if somebody could stand in the gap for the people and actually do what's right, but instead, everybody's being puppeted around to do what they're supposed to do.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo. Talk about inequity. This item, Ebony gets only 60 seconds. Wow. Congratulations, Ebony. May you be a part of birthing a better system of how things will be done in our county and for the betterment of not only this county, but that it ripples out to the planet. Oh, I'm sorry. Although you know my stance on this government, we do need more authentic, pure hearts like you, Ebony, in local office, and not people who say vile, disrespectful things in her texts, as this chair has. Oh, and I clapped for Ebony. Does that warrant my first warning, Nora? Does it? I got 11 seconds. Yeah, congratulations, and I hope that
Thank you.
I hope a lot.
Final call for Crystal Irving. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Good morning. My name is Maddie Kilkenny, and I'm calling today in support of Ebony Shelton's appointment as CAO. I was lucky to work with Ebony during my career at the county and had the privilege to witness her character, integrity, and work ethic firsthand. Perhaps what's most impressive about Ebony is her ability to work with others, build consensus, and keep the best interests of the County of San Diego and our 3 million residents in mind at all times. Throughout Ebony's career, she has built bridges with colleagues and instilled confidence in the county's budget, while also doing her best to implement the direction and policies of the Board of Supervisors. Ebony is the best choice, a fantastic choice. I'm thrilled for her and for the County of San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenya Samarripa, Vice President of International and Public Affairs for the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to speak in support of the appointment of Ebony Shelton as the county's new Chief Administrative Officer. The CEO plays a vital role in making sure our region and communities can thrive. Ms. Shelton comes in with decades of experience and leadership, most recently serving as Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, overseeing fiscal and financial operations, managing the annual budget, with a vision to lead the organization to help shape the best possible future for our community. We look forward to continued collaboration with the board and Ms. Shelton in this new role to continue to make the San Diego region the best place to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Linda Diaz, and I'm calling from Seattle, Washington. My family has lived in San Diego for over 30 years. On behalf of my family who still lives there, I'm calling on the board to approve the appointment and employment of Ebony Shelton as the new San Diego County Chief Administrative Officer. Our families need someone like Ebony Shelton to oversee operations and execute the board's vision while prioritizing our communities in order to ensure the prosperity and the well-being of the county. Thank you, and I hope you not only listen to the community, but also vote to ensure Ebony Shelton is the new Chief Administrative Officer.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth is 60 seconds because Nora fears opposition, including the purple and red shirts who turned their back on Nora because she actually did the right thing, unlike today with censoring people via 60 seconds to speak. But remember what I said? Just because someone knows a good character doesn't mean they're able to have one of their own or befriend those with good character. Nora's chosen horrible people to befriend, including her political consultant, that felon scumbag Jesus who leaked her text. What a time to become voiceless Vargas. But I would have paid to watch Lorena versus Nora showdown. Too bad Lorena's a coward who gets her union minions to fight her battles. Shame on those unions who operate like mafias. And shame on the news for pushing the union's anti-Bridget charade while ignoring the fact that the unions disrupted and shut down these meetings. But I want to congratulate Ebony since she's qualified. I'm sure she'll rake in a crazy amount of taxpayer money via this promotion. But what I don't want to hear is her hard work overran by politics and childish color games. I would hope she was chosen for her skills, not her skin color. Now Crystal has to shut up.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Crystal Irving. I'm proud to serve as president of SEIU 221, and I apologize for not being there in person. On behalf of the 14,000 workers that we represent, I want to congratulate Ebony Shelton on her appointment as Chief Administrative Officer and recognize how your many years of service and various experiences have prepared you to take on this role. And for what should be a moment marked by joy and hope, I wouldn't be true to myself or our members if I didn't convey the disappointment we have about the shadow of the hiring process casted on this historic moment. This was a missed opportunity to have community conversations about the county's values, to build consensus around a candidate, and to celebrate a long journey to turn this county around. Instead, Chairwoman Vargas led a behind-closed-door process that fueled suspicion and cynicism, while many in the community and state watched, and I'm sure won't soon forget. As we move forward, I do so thinking about what is possible. As you know, there is a huge gap from policies passed at the board to the day-to-day operations of our county. While the board has changed, the old...
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item, and I'll pull up the Chairwoman's remarks on this item. And we'll read them aloud as they're coming up on the screen. I want to thank each of my board colleagues for working together as one county through a process that has been long and rigorous. The search for the CAO is one of the single most important decisions that we as a board must make, and it is one that we have not taken lightly. After 2 nationwide searches and a hiring process that was unanimously supported by this board, we have unanimously selected a candidate that has deep roots in our own community, a candidate who brings with her decades of experience in financial administrative leadership, along with a deep understanding of our community and working families. As a board, we have unanimously selected the appointment of Ebony Shelton as the county's new Chief Administrative Officer. She is a visionary leader with a distinguished career spanning nearly 3 decades of dedicated service to the County of San Diego. Beginning her journey at the San Diego Superior Court in 1997, Ebony has taken on different roles across multiple county business groups and departments, honing her expertise in strategic planning, financial management, and administrative leadership, and is currently serving as our Chief Financial Officer. The board is well served by her experience in the implementation of our county's strategic initiatives. For anyone who knows Ebony and has worked with her, she is a person of integrity, positivity, and grace. She has a can-do attitude that sets ambitious goals, builds consensus around them, and then removes barriers to achieving those goals through her leadership influence. As Ebony embarks on her continued journey of leadership and impact, she has a track record of driving positive change and fostering a culture of prosperity, inclusivity, and resilience for all residents of San Diego County. In true spirit Ebony embodies the county's motto that the noblest motive is the public good. And I'm very confident that as she takes the seat of the CAO, we've entrusted this organization with an $8.5 billion budget and 20,000 staff to the right person. It is with immense pride that I make a motion to appoint Ebony Shelton as the Chief Administrative Officer and approve the employment agreement between the County of San Diego and the Chief Administrative Officer and authorize the Chair of the Board of Supervisors to execute the agreement. I'm happy to welcome Ebony to join us in the audience with her family. Welcome, Ebony. Through the chair, Supervisor Montgomery Sett.
I will happily second that and make it official. I am really just so excited for the county. I'm really excited to have Ms. Ebony Shelton sit next to me on this dais in a couple of weeks. I know that you do not take this position lightly. I know you have a lot of ideas, and I am so looking forward to collaborating with you and continuing this process of sitting in the seat with you. I think the Chairwoman's comments said most of what I want to say, but you are, as you know, extremely qualified for this. You have been prepared for this. You have the dignity and grace to lead for such a time as this. And so I'm very excited to serve with you. I believe that public service is a calling, and I know you'll fulfill yours. So again, I second the motion and happy to support.
Through the chair, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
First of all, I'm probably going to cry. So, sorry, I can't help it. I'm so excited for you, Ebony, but I'm so excited for our whole county. I just cannot tell you how much I appreciate the leadership that I've seen you bring to this county since I joined the board. Your patience, your perseverance, your willingness to collaborate and listen and help us all grow and grow yourself together. You know, I think we've been working really hard as a board over the last 4 years to steer this county in a new direction. And I think you are so prepared and so ready to continue and advance and deepen and accelerate that work. You have done so much to get us through the last 4 years. Some of those times have been incredibly difficult. And I have just such great confidence that you're going to continue supporting our entire enterprise to innovate, to center the voices of communities, to advance our shared values of equity and sustainability that have really been at the heart of the work that we've been moving forward over the last 4 years. And doing it in ways that are creative with looking for new financial and revenue solutions that we spend so much time talking about. So really excited to continue deepening that work. And I want to say to those two little ones sitting right next to you, you all should be super proud of your mama. She's going to be a big boss sitting up here. So, yeah, she will. She already is, but she's going to continue to be. So, you should be super proud. And I'm just proud to get to the opportunity to keep working with you over the next many, many years. So, thank you, Ebony. Yeah, and just so excited.
Thank you. Through the chair, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And Ebony, I'm very supportive of your appointment here today. You're the right choice for the CAO position, and you've earned it. You have well deserved. You've led your department, and everything you've done here at the county has been done with through your experience, your knowledge, and your passion. I think, or compassion, to lead a 20,000 plus workforce. So you've been a great administrator, and I really think you understand the county. You know where all the money is, which is wonderful. I'm excited to looking forward to working with you. And again, it's great to see your whole family here, and they're being supportive as well. They come first, but I know you're going to give your all to the county as well. And so thank you very much to this well-deserved new role here at the county. Thank you.
Through the chair, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ebony, I welcome to the new position. I just want to personally thank you for working so hard over the years to make our decision so easy. You were the clear choice, and I was proud to vote in favor of you, and I look forward to working with you at a whole new level. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the chairwoman would like to invite Ebony to come to the podium if she'd like to say a few words. Okay. The chairwoman would like to vote before you make your comments. So with that, we have a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, seconded by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you, and my comments will be brief. I've been flooded with emotions and from the support, and definitely wanted to convey that I recognize the importance of the action that the board took today and the conveyance of the trust through your action that you've given to me in terms of the support of the community and the support of the workforce, and I definitely do not take that lightly, and you have my commitment to do my absolute best to advance San Diego County for all residents, as well as all of our workforce. I love everything about this county, and I'm completely committed. I also wanted to thank all of my colleagues, all of the members of the community, your board, all of my friends and family who supported me through this process, through smiles, words of encouragement as we move through the process. And last but not least, hi, Mom, who's watching from Arizona. Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, we'll now move on to discussion item 19, emergency air quality and improvement relief, procurement of air purifiers related to the Tijuana River pollution crisis. The Chairwoman has some remarks on this item, so just give me a moment while I pull them up. Colleagues, I'd like to announce that today I'm introducing an emergency board letter called Emergency Air Quality and Improvement Relief Procurement of Air Purifiers Related to the Tijuana River Pollution Crisis. As many of you know, South County communities have faced decades of pollution from sediment, trash, and raw sewage crossing the border, particularly affecting the communities of Imperial Beach and Nestor as a result of the Tijuana River Valley transboundary sewage crisis. Since taking office, I've made the sewage pollution crisis a top priority. In 2021, I spearheaded the effort to declare the Tijuana River pollution a public health crisis and, most recently, a local emergency due to the persistent challenges stemming from aging infrastructure and transboundary flows. Last year, I led the installation of the first air monitor sensors near the Tijuana River Valley after hearing community concerns regarding odor impacts from sewage spills in South County. Last week, I wrote a letter to the CDC urging them to investigate and identify any public health risks in connection to the sewage crisis. And I also sent a letter to Congress asking for an additional $279 million in appropriations to address the transborder pollution. However, we cannot stand by and wait for others to act. The Tijuana River Valley sewage crisis is the environmental crisis of our lifetime, and we need to fight for our communities. Enough is enough. Ambient odors coming from the river have had a negative impact in the quality of life of South County residents, including our small businesses. This is very concerning. But as a board member for the APCD, I know that obtaining air purifiers for the communities affected by the pollution will help them immediately mitigate odors and improve living conditions, especially during the summer. Before I finish, I'd like to thank our county's public health team for all of their work to address these concerns, particularly for their request to the California Department of Public Health for a CDC liaison to support public health efforts. Thank you, Dr. Wooten and team, for your commitment and continuous support in building stronger and healthier communities. I also want to thank our partners at APCD, Environmental Health Coalition, and Casa Familiar for leading all of this air quality work. And while I continue working with federal, state, and local agencies, as well as stakeholders, to develop long-term solutions, air purifiers are an immediate, short-term measure to provide relief while broader, innovative solutions are being pursued. That is why today, I'm asking the board to approve this emergency request to obtain air purifiers for the people affected by the pungent odors coming from the Tijuana River Valley. I'd also like to add to the recommended motion a cap in the amount of $100,000. I hope my colleagues will support this initiative with the added amendment to clarify the funding. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion to approve item 19 with the amendment. Thank you and I appreciate your support. With that, we have a motion by Chairwoman Vargas. Is there a second?
Sure.
Second by Supervisor Anderson. Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak on this item. We have 8 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 19 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. All speakers are in opposition of this item. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Mark, Paul, allegedly Audra, and Consuelo. I've called your name. Please come forward. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. Please state your name for the audio record.
Mark, was it Monty Python that said this is a tragedy of a mockery of a sham? People have been asking you for years to clean this up, perhaps more than a decade. Now, I'm not actually opposed to this. I mean, these people need air, and getting them some purifiers is probably a good idea. But the fact that you haven't dealt with this yet is unacceptable. Literally, it's negligent beyond belief. And it's such a huge problem. I know that you're trying to get the federal government to do more about it. It really is a reflection of our government, which is a corporation. That's all it is a profitable corporation. They don't give a damn about the people and the health down there, which has been affected drastically for a decade now at least. And it really shows what our government's about, that they haven't already dealt with this. So I have like 4 seconds left to say how much our government totally sucks.
Next speaker, please.
Yeah, I'd say I'm glad, Paul, I'm glad you want to put a $100,000 cap on this, but that won't do much. Hopefully it'll help the people who are confined to their homes, because here goes the board asking for action against rampant pollution while wanting to create a park in the middle of this mess. You need to look at the big picture. You know, I'm glad you recognize your responsibility to help, but as Mark said, it should have been done like 30 years ago. And this will help the people inside, but what about those people who are stuck outside? I don't want to sound heartless, but the River Valley and the neighboring area, they deserve better.
Thank you. Next
Thanks.
speaker, please.
Consuelo. So this is just it. More government Band-Aids, Band-Aids, Band-Aids. All they do is work with the symptoms, and they don't cure what, in fact, they don't get to the source of anything. It's been decades, and it's so sad because just this past weekend, I was there down off of Bayer, dropping my kid off at a birthday party. And I got off and I'm like, what the hell is that smell? This is what they're talking about. This is what these people have to live with every day. And it's really sad. Wow, you're agreeing with me, Nora, yeah? But the government has never had a solution. These things are not a solution. Like I said, they're just a Band-Aid. To the people, pay attention. This is how government solves things. They don't. More of our money going to waste on things that are going to break down eventually and they're going to have to replace.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. Thanks for the minute, Andrew. Yeah, I can't wait till you guys have a minute to speak. It'll show you how much time you don't have. But yeah, this is very disturbing because it is very, very toxic down there. But what's $100,000 going to do? It's funny because you'll take $6 million of ARPA funds and spend it on illegals. And then for them to invade, but then it's like when these people actually have to deal with a health crisis, it's like, well, I'll give you $100,000 for it. How many are you going to buy with that? Who knows, right? Doesn't matter. You're just going to pretend to do something like Consuelo said. It's a Band-Aid. And it's sad that you can throw so many millions of dollars at some things, but it's a slap in the face to see that you're going to be like, we're going to cap this at $100 grand. So it's pretty sad, but it's very telling to see where your agendas lie and who you actually want to help and who you don't. And all it does is make it seem like you do.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and members of the board. My name is Domingo Vigil, Deputy Director with the San Diego County Air Pollution Control District, or SDAPCD, and I would like to express our support for this item. Since October of 2023, the SDAPCD has deployed sensor-based monitors to track odor-causing compounds such as hydrogen sulfide that result from sewage contamination in the Tijuana River. Since then, the APCD has measured near constant levels above the human odor threshold, with spikes above the state's odor nuisance standard. These odors are contributing to the diminishing quality of life experienced by residents near the Tijuana River Valley area, who indicate they must continuously be mindful of limiting their outdoor activities to try to avoid the odors, or even avoiding opening their windows to let the air in. We all know that it takes a considerable amount of time and resources and coordination to address the root issue that is causing the odors. Therefore, it is important to explore short-term measures that may be able to provide temporary relief to residents. The item before you seeks to identify funding and establish a program that will make air purifiers available to impacted residents in an effort to help mitigate impacts.
Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Nicolas Paul, and I'm an air quality advocate with the Environmental Health Coalition. I'm calling to vocalize our support of item 19. The Environmental Health Coalition is a nonprofit organization that's been fighting for environmental justice in San Diego County for over 44 years. EHC's work is primarily centered in the communities of Arialogan, West National City, City Heights, and Colonia Chilpancingo. However, we are commenting today in solidarity with the communities in the Tijuana River Valley because we believe that all people and communities deserve to live, work, and play in a clean and safe environment. For decades, South County communities like Nestor and Imperial Beach have endured significant impacts from airborne pollutants. While there's lots of work that must be done to address the sources of pollution in this region, air filter programs are examples of necessary interim measures that government agencies can make to mitigate pollution impacts on residents' health today. For these reasons, Environmental Health Coalition support Chairwoman Vargas.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. On behalf of Chairwoman Vargas, any of her colleagues have any comments? Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. And this is an unfortunate issue that we have to deal with because this is another example of the federal government failing to address an issue that's under their sole discretion. The federal government stood by for years as this sewage crisis has gotten out of control. I know we've gotten some dollars through our chair to repair the treatment facility that is down there, but it's still woefully inadequate. It needs to be a much bigger facility to deal with the issue correctly. It's unfortunate this item's been brought to the board in the first place. The county should not have to pay for any of these funding issues. It should be a federal responsibility, and I think they need to address it. So I would like to see when this comes back, but I think this is really, we're fixing a symptom rather than the root cause. So I'm going to be voting yes for the item. I believe we should seek federal grants, and we should do what we can for those here living in San Diego County, even if they're being neglected by the federal government. But I really think I'd like to see us go after federal grants and the feds to pay for these, and maybe more than the $100,000 if we can. But again, this is like a Band-Aid on a symptom, but I think we got to do something here for our residents locally. So I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas wants to note that she just sent another request for $279 million for the Tijuana River Valley in additional appropriations.
Did you get a check? No, not yet. Okay.
Through the chair, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to support this item, and I thank the chairwoman for bringing it. Ongoing issues of pollution and contamination in the Tijuana River Valley are obvious environmental and public health crises, and I know that our involvement should be limited, but of course we are the public health agency of the region, and we have seen this over and over where our lower income communities are left behind, especially with limited community development and resources. So this is another way, as a part of, I think, a larger strategy to help in the meantime, and I'm fully supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, second by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. Next item for discussion is item number 12, creating a regional community action plan to address food justice for the County of San Diego region. We'll begin with the speakers on this item. We have 14 requests to speak, 8 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 59 e-comments, 57 in favor and 1 in opposition. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 12 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individuals in favor, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Mauricio Medina, and Karen Clay. I've called your name. Please come forward. You'll have 1 minute to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Mark. Well, it's really rare, but this is something I'm for. However, the food that gets given out is mostly GMO. It's interesting that in Europe, they actually refuse to have a lot of the ingredients that we have here in the United States. And also, I remember about 10 years ago seeing an article on the cover of a magazine where these two guys in Europe were the first to just throw, they just pulled the GMO plants out of the ground when they were first planted there, the very first ones planted there, which I respect. I wish we had done that here. Now it's GMO all over our entire country. It's taken over. And they're side by side with our organic crops, so they're polluting them. Anyway, yeah, I hope you get food to people. It's too bad it couldn't be better food for everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mauricio Medina. I'm the Senior Public Affairs Manager with the San Diego Hunger Coalition. I would like to thank Chairwoman Vargas and Supervisor Montgomery Stepp for elevating this issue and bringing forward this board letter to respond to the alarming scale of hunger in our region. Making nutrition security a county priority has been a years-long goal for our organization, and we are delighted to see the county, through this board letter, making progress toward this objective. According to our latest data, as of December 2023, 1 in 4 San Diegans experience nutrition insecurity or are unable to provide 3 nutritious meals per day for themselves and their families. In a hunger-free San Diego, anyone who experiences a time of nutrition insecurity can readily access timely, adequate, and appropriate assistance that is sufficient to see them safely through their time of need. Thank you so much for your board action. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition of this item. Allegedly Audra, Paul, Consuelo, Ham, and Gambler. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good morning, and thank you for bringing this board letter forward. We really, really, really appreciate it. My name is Karen Clay. I reside in Imperial Beach, and I've been involved mostly on a volunteer basis for the last 10 years in San Diego County in the food and security world. First with Harvest Crops and then as logistics coordinator with Senior Gleaners. I'm currently the founder of I Live to Glean, which started in April of 2020. Our mission is to create a food hub system that will support other feeding agencies to increase their capacity to rescue and redistribute food to those in need. I Live to Glean, as well as other feeding organizations in the county, have a great passion for and make a tremendous effort using relatively little money, primarily a volunteer system, and patching things together to make it happen, to move millions of dollars of recovered edible food to the most vulnerable in the county. We look forward to collaborating together, and thank you for your help.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
First, just help me understand, does anyone enjoy being forced into a box named BIPOC and to be referenced as BIPOC? This term is degrading, diminishing, and discriminating. Anyway, and now this board, after forced lockdowns, business and school closures, oppressive masking, and pushing and mandating unsafe and ineffective injections resulting in unhealthy existence of county residents as well as deaths, now you're promoting health? What a trip. Okay, don't be fooled. This is a stealth action by the county government to manage the availability of specific food items, thereby directing choices and limiting autonomy of residents in this county. There are many entities and programs that already address food justice. And more government is not needed, and people don't need to be told by you what they should eat and how they should live.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Paul. Food justice? What about feeding all who need it, not the equity crap which pits people against each other? In fact, you point out that the U.S. Department of Agriculture defines a food desert as an area with limited access to affordable and nutritious food, including census tracts where at least 33% or 500 people live 1 mile from a large grocery store or a supermarket. This runs counter to your equity game. Sounds more like true equality. And in your discussion about CDC disease rates, you don't even mention equity. Maybe it's time to get rid of the equity statements and make them equality statements. And this would be a great opportunity to correct the diets of all of us, from any zip code, rich to poor.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Consuelo. Food justice for the county. There's nothing just about what they call food these days. It's loaded with pesticides and has been genetically modified, essentially poisoning and fattening humanity. Government wants to be a part of everything, then to be useful for once and ensure that our county's people get safe food that is actually nourishment and not going to eventually have them seeking help by doctors. Let's see, what else do I got? That's all I got. Should I say anything else? Anybody? What else? Anything? Anything? Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Yeah, just, you know, it's sad that people aren't aware of where their money's going, but two, it'll probably just be towards food that's been tainted and poisoned and toxic.
Next speaker, please.
person uses name Audra. So, gosh, food justice. Thank God we have this, right? I mean, are we looking at rations soon? I'm just wondering if that comes along with that. But for you guys to pretend, this is good. You guys like to do things that it seems like you're caring and like we're going to provide something to the people. But this is just a plan to address food justice. What? Like, we make up all these words and we're like, we're going to give, does the food need justice or is it the people? I'm a little confused, but it's like, when you sit here and tell people to inject themselves with a bioweapon to be healthy, how on earth can we trust that any kind of food that you're going to want to offer up to the people is going to be anything good and anything but poison? We don't even address that kind of stuff, but you sit here and you say that you want to help people, but you literally tell them to inject themselves with a bioweapon. And Jim, you're injured from it.
Next speaker, please.
How you guys doing? Gambler here. I love the fake crocodile tears that Tara had when she was saying how proud she was of the decision that was made. Because I ended up calling Cindy Chavez and asking her and telling her what my mission is every single time I go to the board
Justin, I'm
meetings.
going to ask you to please stay on topic. That's your first warning.
Food. Why are we having a problem with food and housing when, on record, we are the 14th most populated city moving away. Like the citizens of San Diego were number 14 moving out of San Diego. Yet, we have a housing problem. I'm trying to figure that one out. We have a food problem. Trying to figure that one out. You guys need to build so many damn houses to go ahead and charge people rent. I heard we are now landlords, which is, I don't know if that's true or not. I know that we are basically helping people be landlords. And I don't really...
Your time is up. We'll now hear from the Justin, your time is up. I ask you to please leave the podium. Now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Haka and ya Emily Brigano Nechuhi, Matas Kunang Kupai, Napum Sinau Kutun Kupai, and ya Pipa, Napum Hesmiat McKenway. So hello, my name is Emily Brigano. Come from the San Isabel Reservation as well as Tinalkatun, or the Manzanita Band of the Khmer Nation. These are 2 of 12 federally recognized bands in the county. 1 minute is ridiculous, but I'll try to get what I can get. This plan needs to acknowledge the food systems and how they are reliant on the oppression of the people as well as the land. It needs to include better language, inclusive language, as the indigenous people here in San Diego do not identify as BIPOC. We need to acknowledge the protection of natural and cultural resources when we're talking about the agricultural world. We can't have food justice and security without self-determination. So in order to provide solutions using this plan, we need to provide opportunities for...
The next caller.
Truth, can we get a side of freedom fries with alleged food justice? If you guys really want people to have easy access to healthy food, why not waive all fees for grocery stores and then increase fees for fast, fake food businesses? But then Joel would have nowhere to eat. And if you really want to save people from heart issues, then why'd y'all push the deadly clot shot that gave so many people myocarditis? Is anyone, even the CBOs, are they advocating for grocery stores in affected neighborhoods? And what about the fact that you guys have bought over 45,000 acres of land that could have been used as farmland? And how are any of you going to define best practices when you can't even get a board letter typed up without mistake? An ironic cleanup on aisle equity statement. No to any and all regional summits would do nothing but erode lawful jurisdictions, make big corporations and developers rich, and result in a lack of representation of the people. And what's this board doing about 10X pushing public transit, biking, and walking on everyone? You can't carry enough healthy groceries for a family without a car. Such inequitable fraud, all of it. So forget food deserts. I'm more worried about common sense deserts. That's all you guys are. Thanks.
Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Alex Trim, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Food Shed Small Farm Cooperative. Our network of small farmers and community members encourages you to support the adoption of San Diego Food Vision 2030 as the county's roadmap towards food justice. We've been asked countless times for input, and there isn't anything we can say that isn't already in the Vision 2030. Rather than spending more money on planning, we have 3 actions you could take on food justice. First, increase the county's food purchasing budget by $250,000 to activate procurement of locally grown, climate-smart produce, as outlined in your December board policy B75. Second, invest $2 million in locally sourced produce prescriptions like FVRX. You'll hear more from us on this initiative at Thursday's budget hearing. Include regenerative farming practices as a green job as a third within county-funded job training programs so that beginning farmers and farm workers have the support they need to pursue a just livelihood. We're to help make these efforts cost-effective and rooted in equity. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item. And the Chairwoman has remarks for this item, pulling them up on the screen. Thank you, Supervisor Monica Montgomery Stepp, for being my partner in today's board action. I want to start by highlighting all the amazing work the county, community organizations, nonprofits, and all our other partners have done to work towards achieving a food secure and healthy region. There's been incredible work done in this space already, and I want all our partners to know that I acknowledge all the efforts and thank you. Organizations like the Food Systems Alliance, Food Shed, Small Farm Cooperative, the San Diego Hunger Coalition, and Feeding San Diego, to name a few, have truly paved the path through their tireless efforts. The creation of the Food Vision 2030 has been one of the many major accomplishments for our region and for the partnerships that it created. The Food Vision 2030 has given the initial direction that we need in order to expand healthy and culturally preferred foods throughout our region. Access to healthy food affects a person's nutrition, physical and mental well-being, quality of life, and ultimately longevity. By expanding healthy food options, we are ensuring quality of diet as well as economic prosperity for our small businesses and farmers. Food is a basic human right, and an individual's zip code, race, or income level should not determine their access and options to healthy and culturally preferred food. By bringing people together, we will identify the county can further its role and support for our partners through the region. I want our partners to know that I'm here to support all the work you are doing, and I hope that today's actions will further strengthen our partnership. I'm proud to bring a motion to approve this item. And with that, we'll turn it over to Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you very much. We'll start by thanking the chair for your leadership in partnering on this item. We have heard quite a few public comments, and we know that as a county and really as a society, we're often very reactive when it comes to how we manage problems that arise, especially health issues. And this is absolutely no different. So rather than equipping people with the proper knowledge and resources and tools to make healthy choices, we often wait until someone has developed a chronic disease before we help. And I think all of our efforts toward food justice are intended to combat that. This item that we have brought forward today provides an excellent opportunity to provide proactive upstream solutions for the health issues that our residents face. And it's my intent that it is meant to build on already ongoing efforts. I also want to be clear that a big motivation for the efforts outlined in this item for me is to create strategies that will fill gaps left by the expiration of ARPA funding at the end of this calendar year. This ARPA funding was utilized to fund programs that address gaps in our food system and improve access to healthy, nutritious foods to vulnerable communities. We want to ensure that the individuals and families that were served by such programming can continue to have their needs met and potentially expand the program to serve even more residents who fall through the cracks of our food system. It is my hope with the hard work of the county staff in collaboration with community-based organizations, healthcare providers, farmers, grocers, and advocates, we can continue to establish effective upstream solutions that provide all San Diegans with the tools they need to live long, healthy lives. And again, I second the motion and support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And I'm happy to see that local farmers have been included in the recommendation. Any way we can include our local farmers to support our farming industry, I think, is crucial here in San Diego County. And ensuring that San Diego County residents have access to healthy foods is important. And if we can provide them with locally grown food, then it's a win-win. So happy to support. Thanks.
Thank you. Through the chair, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Yeah, I think this is great, so thank you both. A really important priority. I just want to uplift that it would be, I would love to see when this comes back, ways that this work could connect to the sustainable, equitable food policy that so many stakeholders put together for us as an enterprise. So I would imagine that there should be some important synergies and lessons learned from that exercise, as well as hopefully additional insights that this process could lend to improving and strengthening our sustainable, equitable food sourcing program here at the county, so that all these hands are moving in the same direction. So I just wanted to uplift that I think this can help accelerate some work that had been going on and add some depth and strength to it. So thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. Next item for discussion is item 13, establishing an ad hoc subcommittee on transformative technologies and artificial intelligence. We'll begin with the individuals that requested to speak on this item. We have 10 individuals, 7 in person, 3 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 1 e-comment in opposition. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 13 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individuals in favor. I'd like to invite forward Gerald Howard and Nate Woolman. We'll have 1 minute to address the board.
Can we get 2 minutes, Laura? Said a no?
Again, the chairwoman has indicated all speakers will have 1 minute for the discussion items today. I'm going to remind members of the audience and individuals that are being disruptive that our rules are very clear about disrupting the meeting, and if you continue to do so, you'll be warned and asked to leave. Thank you.
Warren, go.
I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Nate Woolman. I'm proud to be Vice President of SEIU Local 221. I'm also a former county employee of 15 years. I'm speaking in support of this item, but I'm doing so with deep concern. This support is based on a good faith assumption that county workers will be given a true seat at the table in the implementation of this sort of technology. Making sure that the county is purposeful and responsible in its use of artificial intelligence could become one of the most difficult problems that we face. This board letter is an important step in addressing those challenges, but there's an important missing piece. SEIU 221 members on the front lines will be the first to know when this technology adversely impacts our services and clients. We were disappointed that there was nothing in this board letter concerning or mentioning the impact of AI on working families, and there's not yet a process outlined to ensure voices of county employees included in the shaping and the introduction of AI. There's been very little testing of this technology in real-world clientele interactions, especially in terms of government services where people's rights are involved. So before moving forward, we urge the board to modify this proposal and explicitly account for the impacts to county clients and workers. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition: Mark, Consuelo, allegedly Audra, Paul, and Gambler. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Ms. Jarrell Howard. I am a county worker, will be 11 years at the end of this month, self-sufficiency services eligibility. I am also a proud member of SEIU 221 for the same length of time. I'm here speaking on the artificial intelligence and asking you to make sure that we, the county workers who are fully impacted on the plans for this, be involved at the table for the future plans. We can tell you from the new programs that's already been put in place, the impact it has on us on our daily work as far as systems going down, problems with it. We have a new system we're dealing with. It will be a year old in July, and we are still going through the glitches. If we're going to do this, please have the county workers present and at the table for these plans in order for it to work for our community, for our community-based organizations. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, 1 minute is a total insult. Your overview states, we are requesting the board's approval of an ad hoc subcommittee consisting of 2 board members. That's literally the wolf guarding the hen house. First of all, you're not qualified at all. Does anyone here, can any board member right now tell me the difference between narrow and general AI? No, I didn't think so. You guys should have, no board member here is qualified at all. You should have computer programmers or people who are highly specialized who could catch mistakes made in the system, and they should be the most conservative people you could ever get. I mean, just original constitutionalists. You can't be too conservative about this. The ways it'll be abused are unbelievable. The camera systems are everywhere already. It's being abused in Europe, which is already pretty much totally gone. They're just done for. Whole cities are protesting, and the people can't do a damn thing. They've been disarmed. We're headed for it. This is a real serious topic, and you shouldn't be in charge of it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
No, Nora. Or Joel.
Paul, hope you are going to listen to this subcommittee and don't just buy improperly vetted artificial intelligence and license plate readers and other tech like the San Diego mayor and 5 council members. It is a mistake, by the way, to appoint the 2 authors of this proposal, the power-hungry Nora and Joel, who doesn't strike me as a techie. They should also recuse themselves. You want this subcommittee to have tech-savvy members who can judge what the county has or should have impartially. I don't think Nora could, and I don't know if Joel could. Also, their mere presence might serve to direct the discussion politically. It all comes down to the same thing, discrimination on the basis of zip code or appearance.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, Consuelo, maybe since Joel's always on his phone, he qualifies. But yeah, when you think of techies, I don't think of either one of you. So let's see. What's to say about this item? Yeah. Vote no on both of you. Yeah, I don't vote for you. I don't vote, period. Let's see. What else do I got? 26 seconds. Hey, how about, well, never mind. That's not nice. Let's see, genetically modified. Let's get back to the food. Just kidding. Okay, I'm done.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. Artificial intelligence, when's artificial intelligence justice going to come, right? That's going to be something. What I think is you should just have AI be the ad hoc subcommittee. And then AI can just take all your spots. Because, I mean, we're looking for, like, forward to Terminator days, right? And Skynet, it's already out there. But I figure what difference does it make, right? It won't really. I mean, and you guys don't know anything about it, so it's fine. It'll do a really good job pretending to do your job. And it's self-learning, right? So then maybe it can just terminate people. It'll be like, I'm going to shut them off, oh my gosh, and just blow them up. It's like, it's crazy. It's so good. I can't wait for AI to take over. For real. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. It's probably going to be better than it is now. And I mean, Jim, are you ready to be replaced by AI? Okay. Maybe one of the illegals can do it, because there are replacements too. Maybe they can actually come in and just, you know.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And they won't be 2 security guards like Laura.
Consuelo, that's your first warning for disrupting the meeting.
Will AI help us with the problem of no citizens in the American citizens live in San Diego because they all escaped?
Please stay tuned.
And if I only have 1 minute, fuck you. So, no, I'm saying fuck you, okay? So, now going with this, is it going to solve the problem with election fraud? Is it just going to go ahead and fill out the registrations and get the ballots delivered so that we could go ahead and manufacture as many as we want? I am looking forward to my case finally being over so I could examine the signatures coming out of out of homeless facilities. I'm very interested if these registration forms came from any of your parties. And if they did, I understand exactly why you sent the cops to my house multiple times trying to stop me from talking about this. And this time, you will not avoid the consequences like you did last time.
We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. For the record, that speaker was Gambler. We'll start with our first caller.
Truth. If county government currently struggles to make any real progress on bettering lives for county residents, then how would a sped-up computer-based process make things any better? More than it would just eliminate faster the voices of opposition. We're going to have AI robot supervisors soon. Would they be more ethical and interrupt speakers less? Would they actually answer emails? Technology is not the real problem. People are. There's no tech to ensure ethics, morality, or even equity, equality, or justice. Example. This item mentions ChatGPT, which had the companies OpenAI and Sama use Kenyans as cheap $2 labor to mark a bunch of topics as harmful content. That's proof that the so-called high-tech stuff being marketed is nothing but low-tech junk controlled by totalitarians with a God complex. ChatGPT was also funded in part by Peter Thiel, who has financial connections to the CIA's front organization in QTEL. So I can easily see the subcommittee going towards a discussion about future unlawful technological censorship, maybe with the Truman National Security Project. So no to any more subcommittees and no to anti-human technology. None of you are even qualified.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes a request for public comment on this item. Now going to pull up Chairwoman Vargas's comments on this item. They read, my colleague Joel Anderson and I are proposing to establish an ad hoc subcommittee on artificial intelligence and transformative technologies. This action aims to harness the power of innovation and cutting-edge technologies to enhance county services. As you know, our region is a global leader in the technology and telecommunications sector, with some of the brightest minds and companies that call San Diego home. At the same time, there are also concerns about job losses and increased risk of fraud with software and robots that are learning to think and act like humans. We must leverage innovative solutions to make county operations more efficient, responsive, and inclusive, while also safeguarding the public from potential abuses of AI and other emerging technologies. This subcommittee will address both the opportunities and challenges posed by these technologies while ensuring ethical AI governance and exploring opportunities with technological advances. You have my commitment that we will absolutely make sure to include workers in the subcommittee. And Chairwoman Vargas is making a motion for this item. And with that, through the chair, Supervisor Anderson. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Through the chair, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson and Chairwoman Vargas, for bringing this forward. I heard, I think, in the comments that that you will include worker involvement in the committee. We heard the impacts on daily work and services to our community, and also, the importance of having that discussion for how the decisions that we make impact our workforce. So thank you for that, including that in your comments. And just another aspect of it is just the workforce training aspect of it, of course, can be another part of that conversation. But just wanted to add that, fully supportive of the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Yeah, thank you so much to my colleagues. This is a really important issue. I think it's important our county be engaging on it. I think, as most of you know, I spent a year at the Center for Advanced Studies on Behavioral Economics at Stanford, working on the technologies of production and reproduction in 2018, really looking at kind of this question around the future of work and AI. Just wanted to kind of, as you guys go off to do the work, which I'm very excited to support, I wanted to just take an opportunity to share a couple of my thoughts. one of the things that I think that is very clear is that the kind of the positions that continue to, be under threat tend to be in the areas of work that are more vulnerable to automation. And I think we certainly saw the vast disruption of our economy that happened in the 1970s and 80s as automation transformed the way that assembly lines worked and industry and manufacturing, and the significant job displacement that resulted from the automation of manufacturing and industry in the 70s and 80s. And I think what I should hope that we're really centered on as we look at sort of the disruptions and the promise as well as the perils of AI, but the promise, really centered on the promise, but also acknowledging that every kind of technological disruption can bring dislocations and challenges, that we're really centered on how do we really think about the impact on people and workers. And one of the things that I do think is really promising is the role of the caring economy, and that the areas of our economy and society that are the least vulnerable to disruption by AI is the caring economy, is the work caring for people. It's healthcare, it's childcare, it's the work where you really need to show up as a human, to be a human in relating to other people and in the role of empathy. And I think that's what our county, at the core of the county services that we provide, that is so much of the core of our services, is taking care of each other. So I'm definitely excited for this work to sort of center how this can be an opportunity to create more opportunities for folks who are in the caring economy, instead of replicating some of the dislocations that happened in the 70s and 80s when we saw automation transform entire sectors without sort of sufficient consideration and thought to the impact on workers and communities. So again, happy to support this, but I know you all are going to go back and do the work and come back, so I wanted to take this opportunity to share my thoughts before you do that. Thanks.
Thank you. There's a motion by Chairwoman Vargas, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote. Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye. The board will now take a lunch recess and will reconvene at 1:30 this afternoon. The board is in recess until 1:30.